Another very interesting thing is that genomes vary in size quite considerably. Before I move forward, I just want to quickly show you this map I mentioned, looking at tracing evolution through a molecular clock, so looking back in time, not by following the shape of a skull, for example, or physiologic changes, but looking at genomes, using the genome as a molecular clock, based on mutation rates that are fairly constant amongst domains of life. You couldn't compare a human and a bacterium, but you can go back through a lot of eukaryotic evolution and see where divergences happen. So in this sort of map, you can see that human and Neanderthal diverged from the chimpanzee a certain time ago, which had diverged from the gorilla further ago, based on the molecular clock that's available. Okay, so now I want to talk a little bit more about getting into the details of the genome. So genomes differ greatly in size. Our genome includes about 3 billion base pairs in our 22 chromosomes plus the X and Y chromosome. But the typical genome of a model bacterium is only 5 million base pairs. So far, far smaller, more tangible, more easy to study because those genes are more limited in size. But the genome size is not necessarily proportionate to the number of genes that are expressed and made into proteins. And a fascinating discovery is that of the 3 billion base pairs, only about 1.5% to 2% actually code for proteins. And there's a ton of interest now in what's the rest of the genome doing there. Where did it come from? What's its function? There are different functions that Eric Lander calls the dark matter of the genome, different functions to the rest of the genome. But the part that we focus on is the part that gets encoded into proteins that form the functions of the molecules of life. So we're going to focus ourselves in on those. But here you see differences in sizes of genomes based on base pair. But what's fascinating is despite this huge breadth of sizes and huge differences in organisms, the building blocks are the same. And that's what I think is the wonderful part of what we're able to teach you, is we can take you from the 1950s, when the structure of double-stranded DNA was first solved. Now, there were 60, 70 or more years of work before that, where they figured out the pieces. They figured out the chemistry, the covalent bonds and the bases and the sugars and the phosphodiester. But they had no clue how the DNA could encode and program the synthesis of a protein. But once the structure, the three-dimensional structure of double-stranded DNA was solved, this is this beautiful anti-parallel structure that you see here by Watson, Crick, and Rosalind Franklin, then the clues came pouring in. Without that structure, without the structure of what's known as the non-covalent structure, not the covalent structure, you'll see all those building blocks, but the non-covalent structure, how you could zipper apart the two strands of DNA and make copies of both of them and replicate DNA and then go forward. That was an amazing step forward. And for that, there was a Nobel Prize awarded. Unfortunately, it was after Franklin's death, so it was given to Watson and Crick and the third person. Now, here's that structure of DNA. I could sort of watch it for hours, to be honest. The phosphodiester backbone going up the back, and the bases base pairing across. And these are the key steps that happened from the 50s. So in after the definition of the double-stranded structure, it took a few years, but they cracked what's known as the genetic code. How does that DNA get converted into a protein? What happens is you make an RNA copy of the DNA, and the RNA is read to make a protein. And you will learn about all those components. But that was another real landmark. Then what was really exciting is that some technology companies started figuring out, first there were very slow ways to sequence DNA, but and that happened in 1977. But what was really important is about a decade later, where the ability to sequence DNA was not done anymore using huge agarose gels in a bucket of radioactivity, but it was done through using fluorescence in order to allow you to read out the sequence of DNA, and you will learn about that. And in 1987, the instruments were commercialized. Major technology and engineering. We wouldn't be anywhere without that. In 1990, the Human Genome Project began. In 2001, the draft of the Human Genome Sequence was completed. 2010, you could sequence a single strand of DNA, one molecule of DNA. And now there's so many initiatives that have come out of that and so much amazing technology that has evolved. So things like the 1,000 Genome Project to look at variation across man. So all people from all different parts of the world, you can look up that website. That's very cool. The Human Cell Atlas, there was quite a bit of news about that in MIT Technology News, where Aviv Regev is playing a major part in that, to actually sequence representatives from all of your trillions of cells and see how they differ. And then there's cancer genome projects and precision medicine. sequence every type of cancer cell, find out what's different about it, and precisely figure out how to treat it. All very exciting things. And then, of course, there's synthetic genomes where you can literally build a cell and its genome, program it to do what you want, hopefully. And then there's one of the things that your generation will have to deal with, and that's all the data, because we just found ways to churn it out, but you guys are going to have to do the heavy lifting there. So DNA, then looking at that structure, is packaged into cells. So figure this one out. Each human cell has 1.8 meters of DNA in it, yet it fits into a cell that's 10 to 100 microns in diameter. And it's bundled tightly up. So you'll learn how DNA in cells gets bundled up and wrapped around proteins that neutralize the negative charges of the double-stranded DNA with positively charged proteins and enable packaging. So we will talk about all of this. When is DNA unraveled? What signals it's unraveling? Because in order to copy it, you've got to unpack it. So these are a lot of details about DNA that you'll be able to sort of have much more sense of as we move forward. Cells are different in size. I just mentioned to you a typical eukaryotic cell is about 10 to 100 microns in diameter. A typical bacterial cell is about 1 to 10 microns. So there's a vast difference in sizes for these simple cells that have no nucleus relative to the cells that are compartmentalized and perform a lot of functions. So we will learn to appreciate that difference in size, looking at the building blocks that go into all of them, but then understanding how bigger cells have to have a lot more complexity in their signaling in order to establish their function, but also interact with other cells in multicellular organisms. Still doing time for time here. The other thing that we will spend several classes on is imaging and visualization of things going on in cells. So what we'll talk to you about is the discovery of fluorescent proteins, which have provided an unparalleled opportunity to label proteins within living organisms in order to track what they do. And through the efforts of protein engineers, there is an entire panel of colored proteins that fluoresce at different wavelengths that we can use to study biology in live systems in real time. These slides show you a little bit of that. I love these pictures, just showing a dividing cell where the chromosomes you see red because the histones are labeled with red fluorescent protein, and all that green fuzzy stuff are microtubules around. We can do this. Now, you couldn't do this 15 years ago, observe these changes. We can also look at changes as cells divide and go through the cell cycle. One of my favorites is this, where going through the stages to program a cell to divide, a new protein gets made and then it settles down. But then when you go to divide again, you cyclically make different sets of proteins, and you can observe them in real time dividing. So just think if you were trying to make a chemotherapeutic where you wanted to stop cell division, or you wanted to inhibit one of those proteins, you could literally watch it function. Does it get into cell? Does it disrupt the normal pattern of cell division? So these are capabilities that are now really available. So I've talked to you about cell, but I'm going to pass you over to Professor Martin now for a little bit. You'll get a little bit of a sense of things. And then I'll do the back.
Okay, thank you. So this is one of my favorite model organisms. This is a fruit fly at a larger than real size. And so one topic that I'll start on when I start lecturing either at the end of this month or beginning of October is we'll talk a lot about genetics. And one thing we'll start on is pioneering research done in this system to establish the chromosome theory of inheritance, okay? And we'll talk about the importance in model organisms in discovering new biology. But in addition to that, I also want to talk about how genetics will affect you guys as you go on and graduate from MIT and go into your own careers, because genetics is really playing an important role in all our lives. And already you guys have the option to get your DNA genotyped, right? There are lots of companies now like 23andMe and Ancestry.com where you can get your DNA genotyped and you can learn about your ancestry. You can learn about whether you might be predisposed towards certain diseases. And so in order to appreciate the data you get back from these companies, you really have to understand something about genetics. And another thing which I find very fascinating are ethical issues that come up with the use of such sites. And you might have seen this in the news last semester. Both forensic experts and police identified a suspect in a killing that happened 40 years ago. And this was in part due to using the suspect's family tree, okay? And so they use the family tree, this guy's relatives have done one of these ancestry.coms, and they use the information from DNA acquired from other individuals to track down this other individual, okay? So one thing that I find incredibly exciting about biology is that it is truly dynamic, okay? And this is a human neutrophil, and it's just a bright field microscopy, nothing's labeled. And what you're seeing here is this neutrophil is chasing after this bacterium, and it illustrates another concept that we'll talk about in this course, which is signaling. So this neutrophil is receiving a signal from this bacteria that tells it where it is, and it's then able to change.
Yeah. You're coming tomorrow, right? I'm playing an MIT biology lecture in the background. I think I would be more interested in biology than coding. I played that game for 6 hours yesterday.
Chase that bacterium and track it down, and there you see it just got the bacterium, okay? So we'll talk about dynamic processes that cells do and how that's important for their function.
I found it hard to fall asleep yesterday because I think it's from playing Palworld. I fell asleep at like 1.
And I want to emphasize that, yes, we have sequenced, or researchers have sequenced the human genome and the genomes of many different organisms, okay? And that's great, right? We have this data set, but we still don't understand how all the components that are in the genome are wired together and work in order to create a complicated organism like ourselves, okay? And so one aspect of that, which is mysterious, is how does the genome encode shape, okay? How do we get our shape, and how do we get the shape of our organs? And this is something that my lab is interested in. And so this is a fruit fly embryo. And you can see at the beginning here, this is 3 hours into development. You just have a smooth surface for this embryo. But during development, this changes. And I'm just showing you here a cross-section of the same embryo. You see a sheet of cells that surround the central yolk.
Yes.
Okay, and this changes 3 hours into development because a population of about 1,000 cells in this organism fold to form a crease. Okay, so this is a dramatic shape change for this embryo. It goes from being a single layer to now having multiple layers. So this is a time course here showing you how cells change shape in this tissue and how this leads to what's initially a single layer of cells to become 2 layers of cells. And this process is similar to morphogenetic events that happen in human embryos, but we can study this in fruit fly embryos or many other model systems in order to try to understand mechanistically how this happens. So again, this is dynamic, and I want to show you a movie that shows you the dynamics of this process. So now this is an embryo that's been labeled with some of these fluorescent proteins.
Playing again in solo mode, but the game is it's all right. It's a bit like Legends Arceus.
Red fluorescent protein in red. The red fluorescent protein is marking individual cells. The green protein is a motor protein that generates force. And what you see is where the motor protein is, this is where the tissue contracts, and this is where the tissue folds, okay? And so because we're able to see these proteins in action, we can infer how they're functioning during development to essentially program tissue shape. And there are many other opportunities where, even though we have the genome, we still don't understand how collectives of proteins or collectives of cells are sort of interacting with each other to sort of create emergent properties that are what are responsible for patterning something as large as a human. Another thing that we'll talk about is how cells divide. And this is another fruit fly embryo, and it's labeling histones, so it labels the DNA. And so you're seeing nuclei here divide sequentially. There'll be one more division, and then it's going to stop. Okay, and my point here is that cell division during development and in adults is under exquisite control. Okay, and a breakdown of this control is important in the progression of cancer. So we're going to talk about how cells control whether or not they divide and how this is impacted in cancer cells. I also want to point out that this video is from Eric Wishaus, who is at Princeton University. Okay, I'm going to set the lights. I have one last thing just to mention. So I just want to reinforce what Professor Imperiali said. We have a small class. So this is really an opportunity to have this be more interactive than it would be if we had like 300 people in the class. So I want to really encourage you guys to ask questions. Also, if you have ideas, we would love to hear them. And I want to try one new thing this semester. So I find that students are a little hesitant to come to my office hours. So this year I want to hold what I'm calling running hours. So one thing that I really like to do is I like to run. And
I'm playing now, yeah.
Many of my
I
students
can't
are
stream
also
on
runners
my
because I'll like
thing.
see them out around the river.
Can't
And
stream
so
on my thing because
I just want to hold.
I didn't
weekly
verify
running
yesterday.
hours. I'm gonna
so they banned my
3
one-way
o'clock,
account. So let
not
me.
3-hour run. All right, 3 p.m. on Fridays, and we'll just meet in my office.
I banned until later on.
And so if you like to run, you can just meet there. We'll go on a run around the Charles. And this is not a competitive event. I'm not
streaming
some
on
fitness
YouTube,
nut.
though.
I ran home last week and I ate half a bag of Swedish fish on the way. So it's not a competition.
Hugo
It's just
says
to try to get to
you
know
should play
guys
with me,
and
but I don't think you
try
have the
break
time to
ice
play
in
with
sort
me
of a
on this game.
non-academic way.
It's all right.
Okay, so I'm just going to wrap up here.
Yeah, the only
so
time I
we've
wake up
done
early
quite a lot
is
of
to
tips
play
over there. You
games.
want to know more about running?
I don't think you have time to play with me in this game. You don't have to. It's fine.
Yeah, or you could join me at CrossFit if you would like as well. We will both have office hours and we will post them and we welcome you to come visit us and
It's
find
all
out
right
more
of a
from us,
game,
more about
actually.
yourselves. We are fountains of information.
you
So
can try to see if
basically
you
over
like
the
it.
first half of the course,
I
we
bought
tend
it.
to
I
cover
bought it on
foundations.
Xbox. It's
and so we
cheaper.
build on biochemistry, one of my favorite subjects.
But you can
We'll
buy on
cover
Steam
all
or
of the molecules
Xbox.
of life. What are all the bits it takes to make a cell? Lipids, sugars, proteins, nucleic acids. Then we synthesize them all together where we show in molecular biology how the genome encodes the proteome and what happens to the proteome after that. So you'll see me for all of those lectures. Then I will hand you over to Professor Martin for genetics, for the learning how to manipulate DNA. And we'll cap off this first phase of work with cell signaling and understanding much more about dynamics of cells as opposed to static building blocks. But you've got to understand the building blocks before you can understand the complexity. That's why I really like to cover those molecules at a reasonable depth. It's kind of ridiculous, 4 classes, but nevertheless, that's how we start. For some of you, you've seen some of it before. For others, you've seen none of it before. It doesn't matter. We will give you our flavor on it. If your chemistry is a little weak, I suggest you read the textbook. There's a couple of sections on just chemical covalent and non-covalent bonding that you'll need to do the first P set. If your chemistry is strong, you're fine. If your chemistry is weak and you need a little help, I'll run an extra session next week. We can take care of every eventuality because you're a smaller class. And then we'll take it from there. And then what I really want to do is
You
encourage
can
to
play
do
with
the
me. I
reading.
think on the same
Make
server.
sure you're in a recitation. And next time, but it's in the sidebar, I'd like you to take a look at the sliding
It's
scale. which
a
shows
lot
you
of
the
crafting
dimensions
though. So
of
you're spending a lot of time
molecules, macromolecules,
crafting
and
random
organisms,
stuff.
which I find rather cool, even though it's probably built for high school students. Okay, that's it from us for
I
now.
played it. I'm playing it again on solo mode. Cause Minecraft. We can. This I guess Minecraft is free. This game is not free. You have to pay for it. It's not too annoying, but it's like a survival
So what I
game.
want
You have
to
to
do today is just
you have to
I
constantly
want
eat
to introduce
food.
this to you very quickly. Is and I was going to show you this at the end of the last class. If we simply go to the far end of the scale, the picometer scale, you see carbon. I'm not going to start you with carbon. That is a little dull. But over the next few weeks, few classes rather, because we have to do this in fast order, we will go from, we will cover details of carbohydrates, amino acids, nucleosides, and phospholipids, and how those building blocks are put together, their properties, their ability to interact and engage in non-covalent interactions with other molecules, and the ability to make polymers out of some of these, such as the nucleosides and the amino acids and the carbohydrates, which then start to create the richness of life. We will also discuss today the supramolecular chemistry of phospholipids as they make micelles and lipid bilayers, which are the key boundary of cells. So it's very important. And then in the following week, we'll go to some of the
have a
bigger
look
things
later
like
on.
proteins,
Okay.
nucleic acid, polymers,
I don't know if we can share the
RNA. So the course will literally do this. Take you from one end of the scale to
It's
the
a
other.
bit
So I
like
want you to get a
Legends
sense of,
Arceus.
these dimensions. I want to mention one sort of fairly stupid thing with
It's very
respect
similar to
how
Legend Arceus.
chemists
I
and
think they
biochemists
copied a
talk
lot
about
of it.
certain metrics, certain distances that are pertinent to the to biology and biochemistry. Engineers tend to talk about micrometers and nanometers. There is one unit that chemists and biologists use quite a lot. It's the Armstrong. After a Finnish or no, not Finnish, I think it was a Norwegian, and that is equivalent 10 Armstrong equals 1 nanometer. So when you're looking at scales, we tend to talk about Armstrong because they're a convenient number, but don't get fooled by this. It's it can be a little bit confusing because it's 10 to the negative 10. So nanometer is 10 to the negative 9. You know that quite frequently. Picometer 10 to the negative 12. Micrometer
okay.
negative 6. But the Armstrong is just a funny unit we use a lot, and it's 10 to the negative 10. So just to make sure there's no ambiguity about that that particular detail. Okay. All right. So today's lecture will focus on the molecules of life. And in particular, I'm going to, through the next few classes, introduce you to the various molecules of life. But first of all, we have to do a little bit to understand chemical bonding. And in particular, we want to look at both covalent and non-covalent bonding, because covalent bonding is important. It's the structure, it's the framework. But non-covalent bonding is what gives us dynamics. These are much weaker forces that can be broken and remade very readily, that are essential for things like forming the DNA duplex, for holding your proteins, for associating the lipid bilayer. All of those are non-covalent forces.
Yeah, you can throw
and they are
catch things
dynamic
as
because
well.
they're weak. You can break one relatively easily as long as you're ready to make another one in its place. So I will spend a little bit of time on that, and then today we'll talk about lipids and membranes. But first of all, let me introduce you to some of the molecules of life in this rendition that's done by David Goodsell at Scripps. So up in the top corner here, you look at 2.3, is the three-dimensional structure of a protein. It's folded into a globular state through non-covalent forces. I brought a little 3D model of a protein for you to look at and take a look at later. That was one of the suggestions I made. You could coordinate printing a 3D model as one of your later projects. We will learn about the forces that hold the polymer together, the covalent forces, but then the non-covalent forces that make globular structures that are very important for function. They're not much use as unraveled spaghetti. They're way more useful as their three-dimensional structure. Down here in the corner is a carbohydrate. It really looks pretty pathetic in this rendition, but carbohydrates have a lot of value, particularly in energy storage, but also in things like the extracellular matrix and as entities that signal information between cells. There's a lot of communication done by cell surface carbohydrates. Over here, you see the canonical structure of double-stranded DNA. We'll look at the covalent structure of those single strands, but then we'll focus in on the non-covalent interactions that make the double-stranded DNA and store genetic information, which is also central to life. And then lastly on this, but we'll cover this today, is a lipid bilayer. It's a fascinating supramolecular structure that really is at the heart of how all your cells are held in a compartment surrounded by a lipid bilayer. So by the time we start talking about those, you'll understand the forces that put in place that lipid bilayer, that arguably, and I've read articles that say this, that is the evolution of lipid bilayers is as important as the genetic code. Because if cells did not have a surrounding, did not have an inside where you could concentrate reagents and macromolecules and do biochemistry, we wouldn't exist life wouldn't exist in the same way. Okay, so let's take a look at the composition of living systems. And remarkably, we are about 75% water. So most proteins are very hydrated. There's a lot of water in cells. There's a lot of water outside of cells in the matrix. And really, we sort of survive. We survive in an aqueous environment. And the thing that you also want to think about is when we think about non-covalent forces, these are forces put in place in water. We don't live on a far distant planet where we're in sort of liquid methane or anything like that. So water is critical to life. The establishment of the hydrosphere when Earth first formed, the evolutionary events that happened after that were really hand in hand with the fact that it was an aqueous environment. Because forces are different whether they are in hydrophobic environments or hydrophilic environments. And really you'll start to get appreciation for that as we move forward. So this basically suggests that if I put one of you in a giant desiccator and pumped out all the water I I could possibly pull out, there'd be about sort of, depending on your weight, 40 pounds of things left behind. Of what's left behind, the majority of it is going to be biological macromolecules. And then the rest of it, that little slither, are things like ions and small molecules, calcium, magnesium, iron, manganese, those small inorganic ions, as well as small molecule metabolites that are involved in central metabolism. Let's go now look at the macromolecules and their sort of proportions relative to each other. The smallest slither are the lipids, which we'll talk about today. Then you have the nucleic acids that are critical for information storage. You have proteins, which make the largest piece of the pie, and the carbohydrates, which are is the 25%. So you can see how important carbohydrates are because of their proportion being relatively large. The lipid proportion, though, is small, but absolutely critical, harking back to the membrane bilayer, because if we didn't have the membrane bilayer, once again, we wouldn't have life in the same way that we have it now. So that gives you a sense of the relative proportions of things. And frankly, when I discuss the macromolecules, I really like to start with lipids because of the membrane bilayer, but because their structures are comparatively simple relative to amino acids and nucleic acids. So we can get a few of the basics of the chemical structures down and how we render them on paper, so that we can do that with lipids, which are a little simpler. Now, life, to a chemist, they have to sort of worry about this entire mess of the periodic table. But the good news for you is, for biological systems, we deal with very focused components of the periodic table. So those biological macromolecules are made up largely of only 6 elements: hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen, phosphorus, and sulfur. So that makes the amount of stuff you need to know about basic covalent structures way more simple than it is for the average chemist, who has to worry about everything down here in the nether regions and whoops, what are you doing? And the things that are radioactive, all kinds of other things. You don't have to worry about any of that. So the covalent bonding we will talk about is amongst those 6 different elements, and they make up 98% of the cellular mass. And then the other components that are important in cells are some metal ions, the alkali and alkali earth elements, so sodium, magnesium, potassium, calcium. Those are all quite important in life. And then these transition metal ions that are really important in enzyme catalysis, for example, but we will not cover very much of that. But those are what are known as trace elements that are transition metal elements that are very important for biochemistry. And then last of all, there are some rogue ones that there's even smaller amounts in physiologic systems. Things like chromium, molybdenum, and tungsten, selenium, and iodine. And of those, certain of these elements only are found in totally bizarre organisms. So, for example, you and I don't have much molybdenum and tungsten, I don't think, unless it slipped in there by accident. But you and I definitely need selenium and iodine as trace elements. Does anyone know where iodine comes and figures most prominently? Yeah, thyroid, absolutely. So the thyroid hormone is a small organic molecule with several iodines in it, and we absolutely need iodine in our diet in order to build the thyroxine hormone that deals with a lot of aspects of metabolism. So we don't need a lot, and if we get too much, it's bad for you, but we definitely need traces of these elements. Now, I will spend a very small amount of time just laying down the basics of organic chemistry bonding. Now, who of you have either taken the chemistry GIR or had high school chemistry quite recently? Is that pretty much all of you? And now, if you didn't put your hand out, don't worry. We're here to bring you up to speed if you need it. Frankly, if you just know what's on the next two or three slides, you're in great shape. All the information that you need has been condensed. But if it's a little bit out of nowhere, you can come see me in office hours and I can just run through things for you and we can just get you up to speed. There is no need for pre-knowledge. I just need an idea of how much pre-knowledge you have. So when we talk about covalent bonding and start to think about the elements that are critical for life, it's important to consider the electronic structures of these elements and why they happen to be the chosen elements, okay? The most important thing about hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and sulfur is they love to make covalent bonds. A lot of metal ions form salts, sodium chloride or many other different salts, but covalent bonds are the main structure of our macromolecules. Strong bonds between elements such as these 6, in particular these 6, where they share electrons in covalent bonds rather than form ionic interactions where somebody gives an electron to someone else and you have a plus-minus type interaction. So these shared bonds are important for life, so it's good to understand why hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen, and then phosphorus and sulfur are so important. In order to understand the covalent bonding of these elements, it's useful to know the electronic configuration, but you could live without that. The most important thing is that covalent bonds, such as the one between carbon and hydrogen here, reflects a shared pair of electrons, one from the hydrogen, one from the carbon, to make a stable covalent bond. Because of its electronic configuration, carbon is neutral when it has 4 covalent bonds. Nitrogen is neutral when it has 3 covalent bonds, but there's an extra lone pair of electrons that are not forming bonds in neutral nitrogen. And oxygen is neutral when it has 2 covalent bonds. These could be with hydrogen, they could be with carbon, they could be with several of the other elements. For carbon, we don't deal with charged states of carbon because they're pretty high energy. They may be high energy intermediates in an enzyme catalyzed reaction, but they're not sitting there as high energy intermediates in your macromolecules. The key thing you want to notice is for all of these elements, the valence shell is complete with 8 electrons, but these lone pairs, or bunny ears, as people like to call them, really feature very prominently in biochemistry and biology because they are places for hydrogen bonding interactions. So we run a lot on electrostatic hydrogen bonding and hydrophobic interactions. If we know where the lone pair electrons are, we know one part of a hydrogen bonding interaction. It turns out that in biology, we're mostly at pH 7 or in that range, except for a few subcellular compartments. But at pH 8, nitrogen lone pair of electrons will pick up a proton to become a positively charged nitrogen, and you'll mostly see that as a positively charged. So the side chain of lysine, which has an NH2 at the very end of a carbon chain, is most commonly protonated and positively charged. So it could be involved in an interaction. So we can consider both the neutral and the positively charged state of nitrogen. For oxygen, that oxygen lone pair can pick up a proton to form the hydronium ion. So that's positively charged OH group. So it would have an extra proton using up a lone pair and 3 hydrogens, or it could give up a proton to form the hydroxide ion. And those are the states of oxygen that are most common. So in that, we've kind of dispatched those first 4 of the 6 elements. Phosphorus and sulfur are a little tricky, but there is some good news. Sulfur copies oxygen, so you don't really have to worry too much about sulfur. You'll just consider it to really be sort of an older sibling of oxygen where all the chemistry is very, very similar. Sulfur or the negatively charged sulfur anion are both important. Phosphorus is different. Phosphorus does not tend to show up in the version that copies nitrogen. It is capable of adopting higher oxidation states. And all of the phosphorus you meet in biochemistry, for the most part, there's a few odd things in weird organisms, is going to be in the form of an oxidized form of phosphorus, which generally has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bonds to phosphorus. It can take on a higher oxidation state, and you will see phosphorus. Phosphorus in the phosphate form is absolutely essential to life because it is the place where we store a ton of reactivity for the reactions of nucleotides, adenosine triphosphate, adenosine diphosphate, the phosphodiester backbone in nucleic acids, phosphorylation of amino acids to form phosphoproteins. It's always in this state with all the extra oxygens and that configuration of bonds, okay? If you know this, you've got a lot of the covalent bonds under control. So any questions about this? Is everyone all right? I know it's probably a refresher for most of you. The next thing I just briefly want to mention is the most typical functional groups that occur in biological molecules. And you may say, well, what does it mean, functional group? Usually it's a place where the action happens. If you have a large molecule that's a bunch of carbon-carbon and carbon-hydrogen covalent bonds, there's not a lot going on unless you can really rip those bonds apart, but they're high energy. But functional groups are oftentimes where chemistry happens, or biochemistry happens. So there's the OH, hydroxyl. We, as chemists and biochemists, will tend to use an R where we mean something else. So we don't write out a whole structure. We would just put ROH, R equals, I'm going to just say anything. So, for example, if R was CH3, CH2, you would have ethanol. So, but I'm keeping it more generic. The next functional group that is important is the carboxylate group or the carboxyl group. Looks like this. Now, when we look at these molecules, you always want to sort of think where the lone pair electrons are. There's 2 on oxygen, 2 on oxygen, 2 on oxygen. So that actually shows you where the rest of the electrons are. This is the carboxyl group. In nature, in physiologic systems, this shows up most commonly in its anion.
Welcome to Huberman Lab Essentials, where we revisit past episodes for the most potent and actionable science-based tools for mental health, physical health, and performance. I'm Andrew Huberman, and I'm a professor of neurobiology and ophthalmology at Stanford School of Medicine. And now for my discussion with Jocko Willink. Jocko Willink, welcome.
Thanks for having me, man.
In my view, and I think in view of a lot of people, you embody discipline. So today I definitely want to talk about routines, but also mindsets, but also things that you do and ways that you approach things that might not contradict, but not be so obvious, might be a little bit counterintuitive. There are generators and projectors. And generators are people that are just from a very young age, they realize they can impact other people. They want to create things in the world. And then there are these projectors that like to just kind of reflect on what they see. And it's not that generators are good and projectors are bad. The world needs both, that they really work in a kind of symbiotic way. But your story captures the essence of what it is to be a generator, which is that by doing certain things, you can have an impact and it feeds back to you, and it's likely that they receive something from it as well.
Yeah, and where this all came to fruition, as I now piece together as you're talking through this stuff. Look, when I joined the military, you join the military and you get a blank slate. No one cares what you got on the SATs and no one cares about anything. You're a blank slate. And then with that blank slate, it is, hey, if you do this thing, if you perform this task and you perform it well, you will get recognition. You will hopefully get more control over your own destiny, which is the ultimate in compensation for human beings, to have more control over your own destiny. You can have all the money in the world, but if you don't control what you're doing every day, or at least you don't control most of what you're doing, then it's not worth it. The reason people try and make money is so they can have more autonomy in their life. And so in the military, it became very clear to me very quickly that if I performed well, I actually got a lot more freedom with what I did. That's when I started to realize, oh, what I'm doing right now is going to impact not only what's going to happen to me in the next hour, but in the next 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. The more I focused on doing things that are going to positively impact my future, the better my life became. And I think that's a very huge lesson to learn that I know I didn't figure out for quite some time.
I get the impression, and I think everyone gets the impression, that you're somebody with a lot of energy. And I wonder whether or not you wake up with a lot of energy and you feel like you have to burn it off with this physical activity and work and other demands in your life. Or do you find that you wake up and your energy is kind of neutral and exercise and physical activity gives you energy?
I would say it's both, right? There's no way I can sit here and say, oh yeah, every day that alarm clock goes off and I'm like, oh yeah, let's rock and roll. Certainly that's not the case. It's also certainly not the case that every day I'm like, oh God, not again. No. I'd say most of the time the alarm clock goes off and I don't think much. Like when my alarm clock goes off, I don't debate with myself. I'm not negotiating. I just, the thing goes off and I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. It's sort of robotic.
Yeah.
Now, this much I can say. When you go and work out, you're going to feel better. You will get energy from working out. You go break a sweat, you're going to feel better. You're going to get more energy from it. And look, you got to go really, really hard to where now you feel more tired when you're done. And even that, I mean, you got to go psycho. I'll do that occasionally, but I don't do that on a daily basis. You know, at the end of a day, if I wake up, lift, run, surf, and then I do jujitsu in the afternoon, like at the end of that day, I'm tired and I feel tired. But normal day, working out just makes you feel better. It definitely gives me energy.
The idea that movement and exercise gives us energy, I think, is an important idea. And it's something that I was hoping your answer would be that, as opposed to that, you wake up every day and you just want to just attack the world because you have so much energy getting out of bed, because frankly, I never feel that way. But I always feel better after I train. Do you nourish after you train, or do you find that eating slows you down?
I find that eating slows me down. So no, I don't eat a big meal until I'm kind of done with the physical stuff for the day, which is usually at night, 6, 7 o'clock at night, which I guess there's some bad things about that. I eat too late.
Well, the data say, if you're having a regular meal schedule that allows you to sleep well at night, whatever that means for you, and that allows you to be active and focused when you need to be active and focused, that's the ideal schedule.
When I'm working with clients, like, so I have a leadership consulting company, Echelon Front. When I'm going to work with a client, I'm not eating. Because they're going to be asking me questions. We're going to be diving into what's happening inside their business. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on. It's a lot of cognitive work. Podcast, I'm not eating before a podcast. Before I'm recording a podcast, I'm not eating because I don't want to have a bunch of food in my stomach. I want to, you get a certain level of mental clarity when you haven't eaten a bunch of food. So going out on missions, I never would eat before I go out on a mission. I would eat when I come home. Get home 4 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning from doing operation. Cool. Then I'll eat. Because then I'm going to do a debrief for 15 minutes, clean weapons, and then eat a big meal, go to sleep. Cool. Yeah, I don't want to have food in my stomach when I've got to perform or execute anything.
So much of what you embody and what you do, I think, centers around this idea of discipline, of course, but also energy. It's the intuitive sense I get about why people are so drawn to your messaging and what you do and how you do it. Are there certain forms of exercise like weightlifting versus cardio that you find give you an especially big boost in what we're calling energy? And here, this could be cognitive energy, it could be physical energy, but a readiness for the next thing.
I would have to say like the high intensity sort of anaerobic blast, whether it's on the bike or on the rower or, swinging a kettlebell hard, something like that, that last 10, 15 minutes, that's a really good way to, peak my mentality for the day.
When you were in the teams, what was your observation about how winning and losing would impact people in the short and long term? From the perspective of leadership, and maybe more importantly, from the perspective of yourself, how do you work with that? How do you calibrate wins and losses? How do you transmute losses into energy? Because wins, we know, convert to energy, but losses oftentimes can sap our energy way, way down.
To start with, I think that the selection process to get into the SEAL teams is going to weed out a bunch of people that can't recover very quickly from something bad. The kid that was the star of the football team, the star of the basketball team, the captain of this, the captain of that, he's been winning his whole life. He goes to Buds and he quits. Because in Buds, you're not going to win. You're certainly not going to win everything. They're going to find what you're not good at, and they're going to exploit that, and you're going to lose. A lot of guys that may lose and it disrupts their motivation, they're probably just going to quit. And so that's why you get this massive attrition rate with guys that are studs. Division I athlete, Division I wrestlers, Division I football players, Division I runners and swimmers. They all come to Buds. They all quit. Not all of them quit, but there's plenty of examples of the highest level of collegiate athlete in sports that translate very well to what you're doing in basic SEAL training, and they quit. And sometimes it's because they don't know how to lose. They don't know how to recover from a loss. So I think already once you get to a SEAL team, you've got people that are, generally speaking, going to be pretty resilient when it comes to dealing with a loss. Now, once you're in the teams, and what you're talking about is now you start taking much more significant loss. You're not losing a race, you're losing to one of your friends. And this is what, from a leadership perspective, you have to pay attention to. So when you're a leader in any organization, you're basically in charge of a mob when it comes to what their morale is. And they feed off of each other just like a mob rioting in the streets going, oh, we can break this window, let's break all the windows. And they move this mob mentality. And that happens with morale inside of a team. And you as a leader can't get caught up with the mob. You have to detach yourself from the mob mentally so that you don't get caught up in their emotions and their morale. Because if you get caught up in their emotions and you get caught up in their morale, you can't correct it. So we go out on a mission. The mission goes great. We get into a gunfight, kill a couple bad guys. Everyone's okay. High fives. Everyone's feeling great. You come back to base. Hey, we don't need to debrief. That was perfect. Hey, we don't need to get our gear, maintained. We can just go to bed. We're awesome. That's when the leader has to say, oh, we've got the mob, and the mob is becoming slightly arrogant. Hey, guys, real quick. That was a good op, but there's some things we could improve on. You got to bring that mob back and bring them back to center line. Same thing in the other direction. You go out on an operation, it doesn't go well. You go out on an operation, you take casualties. Now you come back to base. You see guys moping around. You see the spirit starting to break. And same thing. If you're part of that mob, you'll be with them. Your morale will be breaking. Your spirit will be breaking. You got to look and say, oh, I see what's happening. Hey guys, listen up. That was tough. Didn't go the way we wanted it to go. We need to learn some lessons. Here's some things I can do better. What can we do better to make sure that that never happens again? So as a leader, when it comes to winning and losing, you're generally going to be the person countering what the mob mentality is. Because when the mob starts winning, they want to keep winning and they might get arrogant. When the mob is losing, they might start to lose more because their attitude goes down the drain. So that's what you have to pay attention to from a leadership perspective. For me personally, I think I know what I did when I lost guys was focus on, all right, we need to celebrate the life. We need to mourn the loss. And then we need to go to work. We need to get our gear back on. We need to lock and load our weapons. We need to get back out there. I know that that's what we need to do. You know, so often the best way to contend with problems, with issues, with adversity is action, is by taking action. The more you sit and the more you wait and the more time you spend with that adversity, with the upper hand inside your head, the worse it's going to get. So for me, always taking action, making something happen. It doesn't have to be huge. It doesn't have to be some mammoth triumph that you're going to go and pursue. But if you say, hey, listen, this is what happened. Didn't go the way we wanted it to. We're going to get our gear back on. We're going to go back out. We're going to do this other mission. And it's in your personal life too. You know, something doesn't go the way you wanted it to go. You didn't get the job you wanted. You didn't get the hire. You didn't get the promotion. You can go home and sit there and dwell on it. That's not getting you any progress. Or you say, okay, you know what? Let me do a quick analysis. Why didn't I get that promotion? Oh, it's because I didn't get this qualification or I hadn't jumped through this gate. Okay, cool. What do I need? Let me look into how do I get to jump through that gate so next time I will get the promotion and you start taking action. Action for me is a cure for a lot of problems that we have in life.
I think that in the context of moderating these systems, it's so key. I mean, it's key to have a long arc in a career path, military science or otherwise. As a father in particular, how do you apply these same sorts of ideas when, you know, your kid is kind of down because it's hard to be a 14-year-old or because it was a bad day or when they're up?
Well, clearly it's a very similar thing to what I just talked about. You know, if your kid is doing well and wins the wrestling tournament and is like, yeah, I won the wrestling tournament. And what do they want to do? They want to eat a triple cheese pizza, right? I mean, they want to go crazy. And you as a leader and as a parent and as a friend need to say, hey man, I mean, you did good. That was awesome. You had a great day. But let's start thinking a little bit about next week too. How about we just have a few slices of pizza, right, as a reward? And this goes with yourself as well. You know, you do something, you have a success, and you say, oh, that's great. But all glory is fleeting, and I need to get back to work. And look, and do people go too far with that sometimes? Yes, absolutely. Sometimes people, they don't stop and celebrate at all. And those are the kind of people I think that get burned out eventually because they never say, hey, that was awesome. We had a big win. Cool. High five. So I think, you know, as a leader, as a friend, as a parent, as a spouse, you want to be able to modulate that, help modulate that. Don't shut it down. You know, your kid walks off the wrestling mat for a high five and you say, you could have won by more. No, I'm not talking about that. Or your kid walks off the mat after losing, you say, you got what you deserve. No, you've got to be the counterweight to the emotions that other people have. When you're doing a good job as a leader, as a friend, as a spouse, as whatever, you're doing a good job as a counterweight. I think that's a good way to look at it. You want to provide some balance for people to make sure that they don't get out of control. And you notice when people have a downfall, it's normally because they've surrounded themselves with people that there's no counter to. There's no counterbalance. You know, if you were my best friend and I went out drinking last night and had a great time and partied all night and met a girl and you're like, heck yeah, let's do it again tonight. Eventually, where are we going to be? We're going to be in the gutter somewhere. But if you say, hey, dude, that was awesome, but hey, remember, we got school on Monday, right? And you kind of pull me back. That's, we got to find balance in life and ourselves. And then we got to, as much as we can, provide balance for other people because people are emotional and they get caught up in what they're doing. And you want to keep people balanced.
you seem to have a very strong sense of context and self. Was there something in your upbringing, your parents, or was it just kind of how you always imagined yourself as like, yeah, this is who I am? Because I actually think that many people do not have a very firm sense of self, or their sense of self is so rigid that they can only
对，
operate
我在
in
打
this
这个
like
游戏
narrow trench of
会
one
有点
domain
上
of
瘾，
life, and they end up
但是
very,
我在那
very
个
As far as kind
TikTok
of
它不
where
让我直播，
I became
因为我没有
me,
verify。
I just actually have to kind of give a lot of
我们
credit
这
to
边8
the
点
music
8
that I
点
grew up listening to
哇
and
太
the
热了，
attitude that we had back then. Listening to hardcore music, being able to stand up against what other people were saying, which is what you're doing when you're in that scene. And the whole DIY nature of it. Hey, we can just do this ourselves. We can just make this happen for ourselves. We don't need anybody else. We can do this. And that hardcore attitude and sticking by your friends and standing up and getting in fights and like, that's what you're going to do. That's kind of my attitude. That music is the soundtrack to my life. And so I always would have that music running in my head. But to your question, I had something in me that when I heard that music for the first time, I was like, okay, here it is. You know, here it is. This is, you know, I hear the Beatles, I hear the Grateful Dead, I hear the Rolling Stones, I hear the whoever. And you go, okay, that's fine. But when I heard hardcore music for the first time, when I heard the Cro-Mags, when I heard Agnostic Front, when I heard the Bad Brains, I thought that was just like, it was part of me already. I'm like a kid living in the woods in Connecticut. I'm just kind of hearing what I'm hearing. You listen to the lyrics of Minor Threat, listen to the lyrics, and you go, okay, this stuff, I agree with this stuff. And I just think that kind of set a datum in my head of being okay with being outside, being okay with saying no, being okay with being a rebel, being okay with not going along with what everyone else is doing. That became very important when I was in the military, and I looked at what leadership might be telling me to do and might think to myself, hey, that doesn't seem like a good idea. And having the wherewithal to say, hey, boss, I'm not sure this is a good idea. Not to be a jerk about it, but just to say, there might be a better way to get this done. What do you think of this? Or, hey, boss, can I ask you a question about that? So I think if I had to trace it back, you know, having Black Flag My War Side 2 on my record player for like a year and a half straight, that's going to leave a mark, man. And I think it left a mark on me.
What are your sources of motivation?
Well, you probably heard me say that motivation isn't something that I am going to count on, because it's just an emotion that's going to come and go. Just like feeling happy. You feel happy right now. Maybe you won't feel happy in 15 minutes. You feel sad now. Maybe you won't feel sad in 15 minutes. You feel motivated right now. You might not feel motivated in 15 minutes. Therefore, I can't rely on it. So I'm not going to put any money on just being motivated, because it doesn't really matter to me. So the daily actions that I take aren't from motivation. They're just from discipline. Like I said earlier, I'm not going to get up and go through some big debate about, oh, really, do I really feel like doing this? No, I don't feel like doing it, but it doesn't matter. So I'm just going to go do it.
You, in particular, have said several times that rather than looking for sources of things outside you, like a job or a relationship, which are all great, but as sources of energy or motivation or inspiration, to use action as a positive action as a source of energy.
Yeah, and positive action is when you have to contend with something, when there's something that you're afraid of, right? Step into it, move towards it. You don't solve problems by running away from them. You solve them by moving towards them and figuring out what's going on. Then we could go down the whole path of talking about the indirect approach, which is a theory of combat, which I completely believe in, but it also applies to, you know, interacting with other people. If you have a problem with some other person, to think to yourself, well, I got a problem with Andrew, I'm going to go confront him on it. And that might not be the best solution. In fact, it's probably not the best solution for me to go confront you with the problem, because now we're going to have a confrontation. It might be better for me to take an indirect approach and not confront you, but instead engage in a conversation with you about something that's maybe adjacent to the problem that I have. And then eventually that builds our relationship to a point where you start to recognize, oh, I bet Jocko feels something about this thing. And we can move towards a solution instead of me trying to punch you in the face with some truth that I believe versus the truth that you believe. And now we're engaged in combat. And that's bad. There's going to be casualties. I'd rather take an indirect approach and build a relationship where we can solve problems in a more positive way.
I also heard you say something earlier that's still flagging in my mind, which is, not thinking too much. And you talked about third personing of the self. I'd love to talk a little bit more about this, even though it's a topic you've delved into before. And in particular, the topic of meditation. Do you meditate? And if you don't do a kind of standard meditation, are there times throughout your day and your routine and your week where, as I'm describing this, it maps to something that kind of feels like open monitoring or focused meditation?
Yeah, so no, I don't meditate. I don't think I've ever actually meditated for 1 second in my life. And I've never tried to do it. That being said, if the goal is to take a step back and detach from what's going on, I do that all day, every day. And so, that is something that I've talked about. And it's something that I tried to teach. I tried to teach the young SEAL leaders not to get caught up in what's happening right in front of them, but to take a step back, detach from the situation, detach from their emotions. On the battlefield, I want people to be able to see more angles, more maneuvers, more opportunities, more of what the enemy might do, more perspective. And it goes to what I was saying earlier about the mob, being able to be part of a team, part of the mob, part of the gang, but still have the ability to take a step back, detach from that, and assess what is the best way for this team to move forward. To me, is the true superpower of life. And this goes back to when you start talking about people that are going through struggles in life, right? And I've described this before as, if I'm looking at you and you're in a bad state, right? You're depressed, you're sad, you're moping around, you're not getting anything done. And I'm looking at you from the outside. And I'm thinking, for me, I see this storm cloud around your head. All you see, no matter what direction you look, is storm. All you see is darkness. I'm outside and I'm looking and I'm like, hey man, this guy's got a great education. He's healthy. He's got a good team around him. Like, he's got all these things going for him. But you, in that state, you literally cannot see anything but the darkness of the storm. And that's what's so scary about when people enter that mode is I can look at it from the outside and be like, Andrew, you just got to move like 4 feet forward and you're going to be through this thing. And yet you might hear me say that and you go, no, Jocko, I'm looking ahead. There's nothing but darkness. So helping people move forward, take action, and be able to get that perspective, detach, and get outside themselves, get outside their own heads. Tim Ferriss said, get out of your head, get into your body. That's one way to do it. Take action, go do things. It's very scary. And I'm sure you've had this experience where you're talking to someone that you know, and you're looking at them going, hey man, no, it's going to be okay. Like, you can clearly see that whatever is bothering them and dragging them now, you can clearly see, a lot of times it's a relationship, right? The girl or the guy, they got dumped, and you go, hey man, that person was a disaster anyways. You're better off without him. And they cannot compute that. They are stuck there. Or maybe it's the school that they didn't get into or the job that they didn't get. And they get so wrapped up in that they can't get out of that storm. It's such a helpless feeling. And that's why trying to engage with people and trying to give people that superpower of detachment where they can take a step back and say, you know what? You're right, man. That girl, she wasn't who I really thought she was. I should move on. Yes. The solution to your problem is not going to be found in the problem. It's not going to be found in there.
You must be tired. Did you go to sleep quite early yesterday?
Make an assessment, and you can assess how to solve the problem or whether you need to solve the problem or not. So detachment is a superpower.
What is your process for engaging detachment or for disengaging?
I recognized in a moment what detachment was and how helpful it was. On an oil rig, doing a training mission, my whole platoon is in a skirmish line looking at a large area of the oil rig that we're supposed to be clearing. Again, this is not combat. This is in the 90s. There's nothing going on. We're just doing training. And I'm standing in this skirmish line. And by the way, I'm the youngest and most junior guy in my platoon. And I'm standing there looking down the sight of my weapon. And I'm waiting for someone to make a call and tell us what to do. And I wait for 5 seconds, and I wait for 10 seconds, and I wait for 20 seconds, and no one's saying anything. And we're waiting for a leader in my platoon to
I tried to go to sleep around 12. I didn't fall asleep until 1. So I think the game was too addictive. That made it harder for me to fall asleep.
I take a step off the
So I
skirmish
did try to go to
I look
sleep.
to my
but-
left, I look to my right, and what I see is every other guy in my platoon is staring down their weapon, which means their field of view is tiny. It's like a 20-degree field of view. You're looking down the scope of your weapon or the sight of your weapon. And that's how big their field of view is. And I'm looking and I'm thinking, oh, there's my platoon commander. He's looking down the scope, the sight of his weapon. There's my platoon chief. He's looking down the sight of his weapon. There's my leading petty officer. He's looking down the sight of his weapon.
That's what
There's
helps.
my assistant platoon commander.
Yeah.
He's looking down the. So everyone
It's fine.
in the
I don't
platoon
feel
is
that
looking down the
tired.
sight of their weapon, which means they all have a very narrow field of vision. Well, when I take a step back and
No,
look to
don't
my
think
left
I'm
and look to
that
my right,
tired.
guess what kind of field of vision I
But
have?
yeah, I tried to go to sleep
I
earlier.
can see the whole scene.
Yeah.
And I can see exactly what it is we need to do. Look, as a new guy, you need to keep your mouth shut. You don't say anything. And I'm thinking, well, but no one else is saying anything. So I muster up all the courage I can.
Maybe. It probably does
Open my
affect me a
mouth and I say,
little.
hold left, clear right.
Maybe.
Which is a basic tactical call. This is not a patent level genius maneuver. It's just a normal call to make in a situation that we were in. I say hold left, clear right. And I'm expecting to get kind of slapped, told, shut up, new guy. But instead, everyone just repeats the call. Hold left, clear right, hold left, clear right. We get to the top of the oil rig, which means we cleared the whole thing. We're on the helo deck at the top, and we go into a debrief. And now I'm expecting, okay, now I'm going to get told, hey, what were you doing? You need to keep
Come
your
back
mouth shut.
later.
And instead, the platoon chief goes, hey, Jonko, good call on the cellar deck down there. And I was kind of like, but then I thought to myself, hold on a second. If I'm the youngest, most junior guy in this
I
platoon,
don't
why was I able to see what we needed to do and make that call? Why did that just happen? And then I realized it was because I took a step back. I broadened my field of view, which allowed me to think more clearly. Because instead of being hyper focused and narrowly focused, I broadened my range of vision. I took a breath before I made my call, right? I had to take a nice breath to speak clearly. And I realized that taking a step back and detaching, I got to see infinitely more than even the most experienced guys in my platoon. And I started doing it all the time. And I started doing it in land warfare. I started doing it in urban combat. I started doing it in all these tactical training scenarios. These are just training. This is the 90s. I started doing these training scenarios. And it always allowed me to see what we needed to do. Then I started doing it like when I was having conversations with people. I'm having a conversation with my platoon chief, and I can see that he's starting to turn a little red in the face. And we're about to argue about something. I said, "Oh, wait a second. I'm taking a step back, looking, going, he's getting mad right now, and he's the platoon chief." And I'd say, "Hey, you know what, chief? That sounds good. Let me go relook at the plan or whatever." And so I started to do this kind of with my normal life, was to not get wrapped up in my own emotions, not get wrapped up in the gunfight that was happening right in front of my face, not to get wrapped up in the details of what was going on, but instead take a step back, detach, look around, and then you can make a much, much better decision. Now, listen, if you are the only person in a gunfight, it's going to be harder for you to do that because you've got to be focused on whatever you're shooting at. But when you have 16 guys or 20 guys, they're all looking in the same direction. It's very easy to be the guy that goes, I'm going to take a step back, look around, make a call. When I teach this to people now, the mechanics of it, take a step back. Literally, you and I are at a meeting. There's a bunch of people that starts to get heated argument. I will literally push my chair back away from the table. Change my perspective, widen my field of view. The other thing, like in the SEAL teams, you don't want to sound panicked on the radio for a couple reasons. Number one, because when you panic on the radio, it's going to cause other people to panic. Number two, if you panic on the radio and you sound panicked, everyone's going to make fun of you. So what would I do before I would key up my radio? Take a breath. And so here I'm manually slowing down my breath. I'm broadening my field of view. So if you're in a meeting or you're in you're at the supermarket parking lot and someone starts to yell at you, take a step back, take a breath, broaden your field of view, detach from those emotions that you're having, and make some space. And I'll tell you, here's another like weird little nuanced thing. Lift your chin up and put your hands down. When I get defensive, what am I going to do? I'm going to raise my hands up and put my chin down. That's like a fighting mode. So if you and I are having a discussion and I'm starting to get heated and I'm starting to like, oh, he's not listening to me. Instead of me putting my chin down and put my hands like up to where I can put them in your face a little bit. No, I'm actually going to take a step back. I'm going to say, put my chin up, it changes my perspective a little bit more, changes my visual perspective, just by changing the angle of my head. Take a step back, put my hands down. I'm not being in a defensive move. I actually want to hear what you have to say. And if I start listening to what you have to say and not talking, it's very hard to be detached when you're talking. It's another key component. You want to detach? Shut your mouth. I'm in a meeting in my companies. I'm not the one that's doing all the talking. In fact, I'm doing mostly listening. And that way I'm detached. I'm listening to what they have to say. I'm more capable of seeing what holes there are in their plans by not moving my mouth, not talking. I'm listening. So those are some of the methodologies that I use and that I advise people to use in order to effectively start down the pathway of being able to detach in various scenarios. It applies to everything that we do. If you're having a conversation with your significant other and you start to see that they're getting frustrated about something. Now, look, if you're in the conversation 100%, you're going to get frustrated too. You're going to get frustrated. They're frustrated. Next thing you know, you've got an emotional argument going on. Whereas if you take a mental step back and say, wait a minute, why are they frustrated right now? Oh, because I'm trying to solve their problem when really what they're looking to do is vent. Okay, got
什么？
it.
我知道
Let them vent. Okay, cool. Oh, that sounds horrible. What do you think you're going to do? Instead of saying, well, if that's the problem, here's what you should do. Because people are always looking for that.
啊？
So yeah, this ability is, and it's something
什
that
么
can
不定？不
absolutely
定，下个
be
星期
trained.
定了。
And that's what's cool about it. It can
开
absolutely
车
be
又不会
trained.
忘记，我十几
It's
年
not
没
a
开都
natural
不
gift.
记得。
It's some people will be better at it than others, but it's something that you can train. I used to see guys develop it, and I see people develop it
然
now
后
in the
你以
business.
后就考试
Do
时
you
候
think
就
there's
碰到他，
value
他
to
路
doing
线好
things
几种，
each day
有
that
狼有不
suck a little bit, or
有几好
from
几
time to
条
time doing，
然后
something
他
that you
他
know,
其
puts
实
one
教
into
练
a
都
state
是
of
围绕
deliberate.
那个路线教你
100%.
怎么
I mean,
怎么
even
做。
you,
然后
in order to
skill 主
improve
要
yourself,
就
you
是
gotta impose some discipline
照
on
会
yourself,
课
right?
来怎么
Just
控
like
制，
you
然后
would
嘞
develop your
就是
legs
爬
by
车
doing
那个
squats, and you would
倒
develop your
车
back
跟
by
爬
doing
车，
pull-ups.
还
I
有
think
一
you
个
develop
有没有
your
教你那
resiliency
个
by doing
emergency
repetitions
stop，
of things that
就
require
是
you to be
突然路
tougher.
上有紧急情
我
况，
知道，知道，知道，知道，
An
知
enormous
道。
thank you. As a civilian, thank you for the work you did in the military, but also teaching people about the military. I think a lot of people don't realize what it's about at any level, and learning about your experience there and what you've observed, bringing other people's experiences from the military more broadly is super important, and sharing this and being able to entertain some of my scientific riffs. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
There's plenty of people that have done way more than I've ever done, and sacrificed infinitely more than I ever sacrificed. So I'm thankful for being here. I know that you put all kinds of information, and I the same back at you. You know, I have greatly benefited from the information that you put out, and so I thank you as well. And appreciate coming on here, and appreciate you spreading the word about how people can be better yourself. So thanks for having me. I appreciate it, man.
Let's do it again.
A lot of attention for basically saying, look, the marshmallow tests are bunk. Now, this has been controversial because the question is, was that statistical adjustment appropriate? And are we interpreting that statistical adjustment correctly? There have been other experimenters, other researchers who have come along. One of them is named Yuko Munakata and her team. They took the same data set and they reanalyzed it with a different set of assumptions, a lot more conservative. So rather than throwing in 30 covariates, they put in theory-driven covariates, ones that made sense from what we know already about research as opposed to like throwing in the kitchen sink. And when they did that, they still found that delay of gratification predicted reports of problematic behavior, which suggests a very clean replication of the original marshmallow test. So, you know, some people have suggested that failure to replicate the original marshmallow test, it got a lot of attention, but it may not have been the final answer because these experimenters, again, came along, looked at exactly the same data set, and came to the opposite conclusion. So there's still a bit of a debate out there, but I think the main point to take away here, again, is that the way that you set up the marshmallow test is really important. You have to have trust, you know, and the argument about socioeconomic status is that kids who grow up in high SES environments, they're very stable, they're very predictable. So when you weight you are more likely to get the larger later reward. But if you come from a lower SES family
而
where
且开车要等
rewards
4个
come
月
and
才
go
可以
and
订，
people-
差不
and,
多，所以它也
just
不
because
是
you
一下
save。now doesn't mean it's going to pay off later. They're not
他
going
就怕
to.
你
So
不
it's
熟
not as
悉就是
indicative
跑
for。them. So all
有
these things have
很
to be
多人
carefully
年轻人
for-
就觉得
and they
我
were
会
part of
开
the original
我不要
experiments.
付那么多
Again,
钱
not really well articulated.
根
To
本
the
就考
extent
不
that you
过
can create a situation where people do trust that they will get the larger later reward, there does seem to be some predictability of these tests. Now, let me just say, as a self-control researcher and myself, I think people are missing the boat. What is most interesting about the marshmallow test is not whether or not they can predict outcomes later. And that's very nice to convince people that self-control is important. If I'm applying for federal grant money, for example, that's probably the first sentence that I write, that self-control predicts life outcomes. There have been many other ways of testing this hypothesis, so I don't think we need to rely on the marshmallow test to make that point anymore. The most important thing about the marshmallow test that gets completely overlooked goes back to something you said earlier, Andrew. Is it an innate talent or is it something that we learn? The most important experiments, Walter Mischel and his team were teaching children the strategies of self-control. And when children learn them, their delay ability got better. That is a really important lesson because it suggests that self-control isn't something innate. Instead, it's something that we learn over time. Let me just give you an example. So one of the things that he taught children was, is it better to stare at the one marshmallow or close your eyes? Cover it up or close your eyes. 3-year-old children believe that it's better to stare at it because they think that's how I'm going to motivate myself. Like if I can see what I want, I'm going to be able to wait. Right? I can see the one, I can imagine the second, I can wait longer. 5-year-olds learn that that's not going to work and they learn to cover it up or close their eyes. Interestingly, this basically you can create a written test where you can ask, or a verbal test where you can ask children, what do you think you should do in order to wait longer? And research shows that children who, well, let me be more careful. Research shows that there are age-related differences. So at 3-year-old, they don't know anything, but at 5-year-old, they learn. And then later on, at 13 years old, those children who correctly understand the quote-unquote rules of self-control have less problematic behavior. So Walter Mischel and his team went to a summer camp for children with behavioral problems, and those that understood the rules, the tricks that work and the tricks that don't work were less likely to have behavioral problems at that camp than those who did not. So knowledge matters. Self-control can be learned, it can be taught. You can learn by trial and error. And I think that's really important because it suggests that rather than being something that we're born with, we can get better, we can grow, we can improve over time. And I think this is a really important lesson that often gets overlooked with these studies.
I'd like to take a quick break to acknowledge one of our sponsors, David. David makes protein bars unlike any other. Their newest bar, the Bronze Bar, has 20 grams of protein, only 150 calories, and 0 grams of sugar. I have to say, these are the best tasting protein bars I've ever had, and I've tried a lot of protein bars over the years. These new David bars have a marshmallow base, and they're covered in chocolate coating, and they're absolutely incredible. I, of course, eat regular whole foods. I eat meat, chicken, fish, eggs, fruits, vegetables, etc. But I also make it a point to eat 1 or 2 David bars per day as a snack, which makes it easy to hit my protein goal of 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight. And that allows me to take in the protein I need without consuming excess calories. I love all the David Bronze Bar flavors, including cookie dough, caramel chocolate, double chocolate, peanut butter chocolate. They all actually taste like candy bars. Again, they're amazing. But again, they have no sugar and they have 20 grams of protein with just 150 calories. If you'd like to try David, you can go to davidprotein.com/Huberman. Right now, David is offering a deal where if you buy 4 cartons, you get the 5th carton for free. You can also find David on Amazon or in stores such as Target, Walmart, and Kroger. Again, to get the 5th carton for free, go to davidprotein.com/Huberman. Today's episode is also brought to us by Lingo. One of the most important factors in your short and long-term health is your body's ability to manage glucose over time. Glucose directly impacts our brain function, mood, and energy. You want your glucose relatively stable across the day, without big peaks or valleys. This is why I use the continuous glucose monitor and app from Lingo by Abbott. Lingo provides minute-by-minute glucose data directly within the app, showing you how your glucose responds to food, exercise, and stress. This information can help you make smarter choices to support your health both now and in the long term. The CDC estimates that more than 1 in 3 American adults has prediabetes, and that many of these people don't know they are living with prediabetes. Visibility about how your diet and activity affect your glucose can be the first step toward informed conversations with your doctor and making smarter daily choices. If you'd like to try Lingo, Lingo is offering Huberman Lab listeners in the US and UK 10% off a 4-week plan. Just visit hellolingo.com/Huberman for more information. Terms and conditions apply. Again, that's hellolingo.com/Huberman. I'm smiling as you describe the strategies these children take because I've seen some of the videos, and we'll provide a link to those in the show note caption. They're adorable, and in many ways they reflect the behavior of adults, but in a much purer form. I recall one where I think it was a young boy where he's like leaning into the marshmallow, and he's kind of doing like acting as if, but he's not letting himself do it. And then he looks away, and it seems to be that he's aware he wants to move. He's letting himself move, but then he's pulling back. And as somebody who's currently training a puppy, I can tell you that the weight with placing food or a treat in front of the puppy and getting that, what neuroscientists call top-down inhibition, the suppression of impulse, getting that trained up is so interesting because we're talking about a dog now, but my new bulldog mastiff puppy, he will intentionally look away from the food as a way to, he's so tempted to eat it. So I'll say, look at me. That actually makes it easier for him. So it makes it seem like he's more disciplined. But I think all mammals, probably all creatures that have this top-down inhibition, come up with these strategies. And I have to assume that they're pretty unique, not just by age, but to the individual. And I remember one kid spinning around in his chair. And it does seem to be that the impulse to do something is obviously involves movement. And it seems, and I'm curious if there's any research looking at if people have an opportunity to actually move their body as opposed to sit rigidly and prevent movement, whether or not they're more effective in suppressing impulsive behavior.
为什么一直
I
都
mean, in
说别人
cultures,
呢？
many cultures you have things like worry beads to sort of dispel anxiety. Some people, when they get stressed, will go for a walk or a run, and it does seem to work. It's almost like that there's a revving of the engine that drives movement. We could talk neural circuits, but it doesn't really matter what those are. And when we're trying to suppress any kind of behavior, being able to channel that movement elsewhere seems useful. Or what, as I was taught as a camp counselor for young kids, be a channel, not a dam, because trying to get a bunch of young kids to sit still is pretty tough.
What you're saying is really interesting. So let me caveat everything I'm about to say by saying it's all speculation. I personally don't know of research studies that look specifically at movement, but everything that you're saying makes total sense to me because the Latin root for the word motivation is to move, right? So the motivation is supposed to be the energy force behind all of our movements. It impels action. So to me, it makes sense that if I'm trying to motivate a particular behavior, being able to act would be, it is essentially channeling that energy towards doing something. I mean, there are experiments that I can tell you a little bit about, Andrew, where, to try to train self-control, they will have people, quote unquote, approach or avoid an object with a joystick, right? So if you see something that you're supposed to avoid, you pull the joystick back, so you're creating psychological distance from the temptation, versus on the things that you're supposed to approach, like the broccoli you're supposed to eat, you're supposed to move the joystick forward. And there's some research that suggests that this kind of automatic, you're not actually moving, but you're taking action that's often associated with that can actually help improve people's self-control over time, help develop evaluations such that, okay, for dieters, for example, the chocolate cake is bad, but the broccoli is good. Having these movements towards the good stuff and away from the bad stuff does seem to improve self-control afterwards. Again, the question is, it's not quite what you're talking about in terms of actual movement. I think there's also some research, again, this is I'm not exactly sure, but there's some research that suggests that if you fidget, you might learn better than when you don't fidget. There's also some research where if you are taking notes with pen and paper as opposed to a computer, you can learn better. And again, I'm not saying these just because I think they're so important, but rather I just think they're nice illustrations of exactly what you're suggesting, which is there's some really interesting connection between movement and motivation, which I think that's a truism, but I think these are really interesting examples of that.
One thing I've been just grappling with for a number of years now is this concept that doing hard things makes it easier to do other hard things. And on the one hand, that seems obvious, right? Because it's a process. The learning to recognize the what I call limbic friction. That's obviously not a real scientific term, but that limbic system, we're more autonomically activated. We feel like we don't want to do it, or we're afraid to do something, and we have to push ourselves to do it. That's a process that translates across things. Sure, I fully accept that, but as much as I believe that getting up in the morning, getting outside, getting sunlight, maybe taking a cold shower, getting a workout in, can deliver people to a state of mind where they say, hey, you know what? By 8 a.m., I did a lot of hard things. Anything else that I confront during the day, it's going to be much easier. While I acknowledge that can be true, I also acknowledge from my own experience that doing a bunch of hard things seems to exhaust some sort of mental and or physical resource that actually makes it harder to both avoid certain things and to push through hard things later. And so obviously this depends on how hard you exercise. Are you eating enough?
哇，它衣服都是没晒干的味道。
I'm just curious, is there a self-control resource center? It could be distributed across neural circuits. It could be psychological too, of course. But does something like that exist? And is there any evidence for that in your work or the work of others?
There's two thoughts that immediately come to mind with what you just said. The idea that, you can learn, like by doing lots of hard things, you learn that you can do hard things and do other hard things. I think that's really interesting from a motivation perspective, because you could argue that, what's going on here is that there's some kind of self-efficacy component, that when I've done hard things, my self-esteem goes up and my estimation and confidence to be able to do harder things increases. And we do know that as self-efficacy goes up, your ability to do things, your motivation goes up, and your ability to perform also goes up. So we definitely know that self-efficacy is a really important thing. The other thing that you mentioned is the possibility of exhaustion. And I find this really interesting because it's a highly controversial topic in social psychology. There was a big boom of experiments in the 2000s that suggested just what you're saying, that self-control is kind of like a muscle. And if I use it for one type of task, I exhaust it for all others. And I have to wait in order for it to recharge before I can use it again, much like any other muscle. Also like any other muscle, if I keep using it over time, it should get stronger. And there was some evidence for both of those. Unfortunately, those experiments have, much like the Walter Mischel study, have come under attack for whether or not they can replicate. And the conclusions are a bit mixed. There's some analyses, they're called multi-lab experiments, where a whole bunch of labs get together and they try to see if they can replicate something. And that way you get rid of experimenter bias. There's some multi-lab replications that have tried to replicate this effect. So what you do in the lab is you do one hard task that requires self-control, and then you do a second one. And the prediction would be if you've done a hard thing first, then you should be worse at the second one. So one multi-lab experiment did not show that it worked, and another one showed it did. The one that showed it didn't work was led by people who conducted this research in the first place, so it was seen as very damning. Like, if they can't get this experiment to work, then it doesn't exist. And so I think the consensus in the field is that it doesn't actually happen, or at least we can't get it to work in the lab.
Could you, just for clarity's sake, when you say it doesn't happen, what specifically are you referring to?
Let's say we have you do a task where you have to write something down with your left hand. Okay, so this requires a lot of effort, requires a lot of self-control.
Left-handers out there are like,
oh, sorry,
all right, no, not opposite hand.
Right,
Yeah.
So
I'm just teasing.
You're writing a non-dominant hand.
Yep.
Then we ask you to do some other really difficult tasks, like some task that requires inhibition. So one example is the group task, right? So you see words in different color fonts. You're supposed to identify the font color, but if you see the word blue in red ink, although the right response is that it's red, because it's written in red ink, you automatically read the word blue, so you want to say blue. This requires inhibition, it requires you to stop your behavior, and research suggests that if you did the non-dominant handwriting first, and then you did the Stroop task, your Stroop task should become worse. In other words, you should have a harder time stopping yourself from just reading the word. Again, so if you've done the left-handed writing, then you make more mistakes, and you are slower in your responses. That's what's known as the depletion effect, right? Because I got tired, and so therefore my self-control is worse until it recharges. So one of these multi-lab experiments, they try something like this using different tasks, but I've given you a sort of an example of what kinds of experiments they run, and they could not replicate the depletion effect. Another multi-lab experiment, a little smaller in scale and not by the original authors, they were able to get the depletion effect. So there's a little bit of just mixed evidence, and it's not clear whether depletion really is a thing. Now, let me say, as a researcher myself, I'm in this really uncomfortable position where I actually think depletion is a real phenomenon because I experience it all the time in my own life. Yet, I think the way that we have studied it in the lab hasn't been very good because, much like the Walter Mischel studies, I don't think the original authors were very good at trying to explain what exactly you need. What are the implicit decisions that they're making to set up this experiment that makes it work? There have been some accusations of like cheating and monkeying with the data. I don't know about that, but my own take on this is I think depletion is real. I just don't think we figured out how to bottle it in the lab. We do know that people believe that self-control is depletable, or at least willpower is depletable. And the more you believe it, the more you show these patterns. So there's amazing work by Veronica Job. She has this little questionnaire that she asks, if you engage in a strenuous task, do you feel recharged or do you feel more tired? And those people who say they feel recharged act recharged after doing a really hard task. So it's hard people doing hard things. But for people who say that, no, I think it's exhausting, then when they're asked to do the experiment, they actually show the depletion effect. So there's some evidence that people's lay beliefs about willpower might really play a key role in whether doing hard things makes you tired or whether doing hard things recharges you.
Well, I'm going to stamp the belief into my mind that doing hard things makes other hard things easier, because I do believe in the belief effects that you describe and that my colleague Ali Crum at Stanford has described for a number of different categories of thinking and behavior. I also happen to like exercise, and I happen to like the sorts of things that are supposedly building up willpower. So I'm going to tell myself this, but your point is taken, which is that our narratives about willpower matter a lot for whether doing hard things makes subsequent hard things harder or easier. I'm curious about the specificity of these kinds of effects. For instance, if people do any number of hard things, but they're told to pay attention to their internal process, like can they feel their stress go up and then go down? Maybe they learn to do some long exhale breathing to lower their autonomic tone, which we know slows heart rate, etc. Can people learn a process that then they can apply across different scenarios? Because I think one of the fascinating things to me about school, about exams, about sports, or at the extreme about, screening for special operations. We've had many people from the SEAL team communities and other special operation communities on this podcast, is this notion that maybe it doesn't matter so much whether it's cold water or it's exercise or it's matrix math. The point is that you have to get into that place of friction and then recognize something about where and how your mind and body go and start to work with that. And I think that because that's getting to a deeper layer of willpower and tenacity that no one thing can really, we can say, is like the best tool. Like, for instance, you're a well-trained musician. Having been a failed musician, I suppose I'm still a failed musician.
I too am.
I can tell you that not hearing the notes come out of the instrument that one would want to hear and that you're told should come out of the instrument is incredibly frustrating. I think it's every bit, if not more frustrating than the inability to do something physical. So it's not really about what we're doing, is it? It's really about being able to tolerate that friction, that frustration. Can people learn to recognize that state and push through that state and therefore translate it across everything from sport to instruments to school to parenting to whatever?
I think what you're saying is really interesting, and I have a whole bunch of thoughts which I'm going to try to get out in a systematic and organized way. So first, again, I'm not an expert in this area, but we do know that people have differential distress tolerance, how much unpleasantness they're willing to put themselves through, and there are individual differences. As far as I know, it probably can be trained, and usually through exposure. But again, I'm not an expert in this area. What I can speak to with respect specifically to willpower is that willpower training paradigms have shown very limited success. So, for example, if again, imagine you're doing this Stroop task and you're doing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of these trials. Another training exercise is you literally go home and you practice doing everything with your non-dominant hand as opposed to using your dominant hand. So these willpower exercises, you do them for a week and you come back. Some experiments have suggested that they do, in fact, improve self-control. Others say that they don't. And on average, reviews of this literature have suggested that the effect is much smaller than you might hope, despite all the work that you put in. And it's very variable. So some people will see some gains, but they'll be small, but many people will see no gains. That's about willpower specifically. And this is at the point where I have to get a little bit more detailed. I think there's a difference between willpower and self-control. So willpower is one of the ways that we improve and enhance our self-control abilities, but it's not the only one. And so the other ones, I've already described some of them to you that Walter Mischel discovered with the delay of gratification paradigm. So he wasn't studying willpower. He wasn't testing whether children could just gut it out and use their own brains to inhibit their behavior. Instead, he was looking at things like covering your eyes or covering the bowl or turning your head or imagining the marshmallows to be puffy white clouds or imagining that there's a picture frame around it. So it's not real. It's just the picture. All of these different behavioral and psychological strategies that children were using, these enhance self-control without leveraging willpower. At this point, you could ask, what is willpower? And it's not actually clear in psychology what that actually means, but most people understand willpower to be the effortful inhibition or suppression of impulsive tendencies. So there's a yummy piece of cake in front of me and I'm really tempted to eat it. Willpower or inhibition is the active fighting of that temptation, telling myself, don't think about it, don't give in, don't do something about it. I think this is sort of the paradigmatic sort of version of self-control in which you use your mental muscles to push down those ideas. Those trainings are the ones I was telling are not very effective. But training some of the other strategies that we might have, like closing your eyes, or imagining a cockroach crawl across the cake, or asking yourself, what your children would say if they saw you eating a chocolate cake after saying that you wouldn't. All these other strategies, behavioral and psychological strategies, or tools, as we might refer to them, those can be taught, and those can, in fact, improve your self-control. So whether or not self-control is something that you can learn to get better at, I think the answer there is yes. Whether willpower is something that you can get better at, there I am not so sure.
I have this kind of running theory in my mind, which is anchored in neuroscience. We know that areas of the brain are involved in kind of more sophisticated processes where we can imagine ourselves now, think about our past, think about our goals in the future. Kind of a high-level strategy formation definitely involves the forebrain, but it's a distributed phenomenon. Everyone agrees on that. And then we have brain areas that we know from stimulation during neurosurgery, brain lesions, etc., that they're kind of like switches. It's like they make you want to eat, they make you want to mate, they make you want to vomit, any number of things. These are hypothalamic, they're sort of deep limbic and hypothalamic circuitry. And I have this very crude idea that when it comes to suppression of behavior, or it comes to aspirational behaviors, like motivating to do something hard over time, that when we find ourselves at a friction point, like we don't want to do something we should, or we're having a hard time resisting something that we shouldn't, that we have to go a layer deeper into the limbic system and hypothalamus. Like we just have to come up with contingencies that are much grosser than the like you said, like a cockroach on a marshmallow. It's like sugar's good. We have an innate circuit for being drawn towards sugary things, fatty things. Yum. It's like hardwired. So we go towards the vomit reflex a little bit, right? We don't want to get up and go to class because we're exhausted, and fatigue is real. Fatigue is real. So it shuts down our forebrain, so the circuits are impaired. Our hypothalamus is driving us to go back to sleep, but we have to think about the fear of showing up in class for an exam and not knowing, so it's the nightmare everybody's had at least once, right? So I feel like the control strategy seems to be to go to a deeper layer of fear, disgust, etc. How well does the opposite work? Like, how good is aspiration for good stuff? because those are also powerful drivers of human behavior. And I'm curious whether experiments have been done to differentiate between sort of fear and love, if you will, to put it broadly, to allow us to navigate all sorts of circumstances. But I love the idea that chasing love, chasing desire, all these great things. But there are times when we have to be like, oh no, I got to imagine the cockroach, or else I'll go back to sleep. I'll hit the snooze button.
I think what you're saying, Andrew, is something super profound, more profound than you might think. So for years, self-control researchers have assumed that the secret to self-control is actually doing exactly the opposite of what you suggested, which is turning off the hot system, right? Because they argue that these limbic systems, these hot systems, these more quote unquote animalistic systems are the things that make the temptation so powerful. And so by activating those systems, all we're doing is we're upregulating the temptation impulses. And so for years, and this is part of Walter Mischel's fundamental model, for example, and many, many others, they talked about making your cognitions cooler. In other words, shutting down the emotional system and thinking very coolly and calmly about the thing in front of you in order to make the right choice. I think what's profound about what you're saying is that you've articulated two alternatives. One is that I fight fire with fire. So if this thing is pulling me, I'm going to find something that's going to push me away, right? And as you said, the example would be like, there's a piece of chocolate cake and I imagine a cockroach crawling across it. There's not actually very much research on that. Most of the dominant models in self-control really talk about cooling your cognitions. You're told not to fight fire with fire, that you need to be in a calm and collected state. The reason why I think what you're saying is true is that I have some other work looking at the other strategy, which is, you said, finding love. So in my own research, we have shown that if we can get people to think about their lives, the purposes behind their decisions, the broader purposes behind what they're doing, they're much more likely to be able to overcome the temptation. So if there's a piece of chocolate cake in front of me and I'm trying not to eat it, if I only think about cake-related things, that could be really difficult. But if instead I asked myself, like, and even if you said, oh, I'm not supposed to eat that because I'm on a diet, that doesn't have much magic to it. It's like, it's kind of sterile, so it doesn't move me anyway. But if instead I'm saying things like, I need to do this for my family, I need to do this to get my children, I want to look good for my children's wedding photos, or, my children are looking at me, or I want to be a good example, or all these other kinds of reasons that these higher order reasons that you might have for getting healthier, being fitter, or whatever, not eating the cake, we show that increases the odds that people will avoid the cake. And we think it's because it's giving people meaning. It's infusing the moment, as you say, fighting fire with fire, not with fear, but with love. Like these are higher order things that I care about, and these are what's going to motivate me to hold out. What you're highlighting is, with your original example, something a little bit different than that, which is fighting fire by taking the positive and turning it into a negative. And my PhD student, Paul Stillman, and a colleague of his, Caitlin Woolley, they did some experiments in which they had people think about, usually when you think about self-control, you think about the short-term or long-term gains. They instead had people think about the short-term losses of indulgence. So what are some of the things, think about the sugar crash that you'd experience if you ate the chocolate cake, right? So, and they showed that kind of served much like you were talking about, the vomit response. It pushes people away far enough. They're in the short-term mindset. They're thinking about short-term things. The short-term is pulling them in, so they fight that with a short-term repellent. And they found that that's also very effective for self-control. So your ideas are almost antithetical to what most people would say the status quo in self-control research. But for that reason, I'm super excited because my own work is starting to challenge that idea, as is Paul Stillman and Caitlin Willis, that we might be able to use the limbic system. We might be able to use our hot reactions. We don't have to assume that they're going to be bad, or they're gonna predispose us to indulgence, and make us susceptible to indulgence. But instead, they might be what inspires us and gives us the motivation to do the right thing. And I think that is really exciting.
Fascinating. And I'm so glad you're doing that work. We had David Goggins on this podcast. David, author of Can't Hurt Me, and famed for doing hard things all day long. I knew David before he had a book, before he was public facing, and I can tell you, I met him at a meeting, and afterwards he said he was running to the airport, and I thought he meant like rushing to the airport, because that's what that means to me. He was literally running to the airport. We were 16 miles away from San Jose Airport. He went in the back changing, like ran to the airport with his luggage. So he's always been that way, at least as long as I've known him. And I think one of the reasons David is such a shining example of motivation is that he is very open about the fact that he listens to negative comments from social media in his headphones when he runs. He's talked about that. He tells himself what a piece of garbage he is if he doesn't do this. I mean, he basically flagellates himself into doing these things. And any attempt to suggest to him like, oh, maybe you could take like a more soft gloves approach, like he's not hearing. It clearly works for him. He's actually right now, he went back to the military. He's also in paramedic school. I think he's probably becoming a physician too. I mean, he's a remarkable example of that approach. It's an approach that's very hard for a lot of people, and some people would say it's pathological. I don't believe it is, because it clearly works for him, and the alternative was far worse. He'll tell you that as well. We could even talk about eating disorders, right? Anytime we have a discussion about suppression of the impulse to eat cake, there's going to be a subset of people out there that are saying, oh, so, what you're talking about is eating disorders, right? Switching the contingency. If I can avoid it, that's rewarding, which is associated with certain eating disorders. I love the idea that there's this other side, that you could entice yourself with the positive outcome. What I'm hearing you say is that if it's a short-term battle, like right now, think about the downside or the upside right now. If it's a long-term battle, you want to think in terms of long-term outcomes, both bad and good. Is that right? Should we have all of those in our toolkit?
I completely agree with you. And I love the fact that you used the word toolkit. My colleague, Ethan Cross, and I, we wrote a paper in which we talked about the self-control toolkit. Basically, we argued we have lots of different ways to enhance self-control. We speculate that certain tools might work better for certain people at certain times. We don't currently have a very good framework for predicting what would be the right strategy for this kind of person in this kind of situation. And so if your listeners are saying, wow, that totally would not work for me, that's okay by me too. I don't think there's going to be one tool that's going to work for everybody. The self-control toolbox approach explicitly embraces the idea that different things are going to work for different people. So if you're the kind of person who's very reactant, someone who says, no, I can do it, then you might want to think about all the bad things people say about you, because you're going to react to it and say, no, I'm going to do it. But if you're the kind of person who tends to listen to what people say, and you incorporate their perspectives and they're saying bad things about you, well, then that's probably going to have a demotivating effect, right? So again, the strategy that works so well for one individual may not work for another. It may also be that certain self-control strategies work for certain contexts and not for others. So for example, for me, getting started with the workout is the hardest part. I have a litany of reasons why I don't want to do this today. And so for me, the hardest part is just getting on the bike or starting to lift weights. Sometimes it's just putting on the workout clothes. The strategies I use for that, I usually tell myself, like, what would my heroes do in this situation? So the quote unquote, what would Jesus do? I think is a very effective strategy in those kinds of situations. You imagine someone that you really admire, or you imagine someone who looks up to you, and you want to be that person that you admire, or you want to be that person that people see in you. That for me helps me get going at the beginning of exercise. But when it comes toward the end, when I'm like just pumping out that last rep, or I'm just the last minute of a really hard climb, these things don't work so well for me. Like for me at that point, I just want to grit my teeth and get it done. And so willpower might be a better strategy. So I think we have to explore the entirety of the self-control toolbox. We have to, and through trial and error, find what works best for us. This is another reason why I would like to stress to your listeners that self-control is a skill that you tailor for yourself. And it's a lifelong journey, right? I'm not going to be able to get up here and say, do X, Y, Z, and all of a sudden people are going to be amazing. Instead, they have to try and they have to fail. And it's in the failure where you actually learn the most, because you say, oh, that's not for me, or at least that wasn't for me at this time. The reason why I find this approach really exciting and also hopeful is that I think a lot of people, when they fail at self-control, they just say, oh, I'm a terrible person. I'm never going to get this. I just have bad self-control, bad willpower. But instead, the learning approach, the toolbox approach just says, okay, that tool didn't work this time. And failure represents an opportunity for self-growth and exploration and discovery, which makes it a lot more positively toned as opposed to, wow, I really screwed up. I'm a terrible person. My goal is forever gone. And I think that's a really important implication of understanding self-control not as an innate skill, but something that you grow and cultivate over time with things that you learn.
As many of you know, I've been taking AG1 for nearly 15 years now. I discovered it way back in 2012, long before I had a podcast, and I've been taking it every day since. AG1 is, to my knowledge, the highest quality and most comprehensive of the foundational nutritional supplements on the market. It combines vitamins, minerals, prebiotics, probiotics, and adaptogens into a single scoop that's easy to drink and tastes great. It's designed to support things like gut health, immune health, and overall energy. And it does so by helping to fill any gaps that you might have in your daily nutrition. And of course, we should all eat high-quality whole foods, but most of us are probably not getting enough prebiotics, vitamins, and minerals, and AG1 ensures that those gaps are filled. I get asked all the time by people, if they were to take just one supplement, what would my recommendation for that supplement be? And my answer is always AG1, because it's just been so critical for supporting all aspects of my physical health, mental health, and performance by covering those nutritional, what we call foundational bases. And I know from my own experience and from everyone I've heard that I recommended it to, that they simply feel much better in a number of different ways when they take it regularly. If you'd like to try AG1, you can go to drinkag1.com/Huberman to get a special offer. For a limited time, AG1 is giving away a week's supply of AGZ, which is their sleep supplement, and a free bottle of vitamin D3K2 with your subscription. AGZ is something that I helped design. It tastes great, and it's the only sleep supplement I take. It has a collection of different things in it that has dramatically improved my sleep, both my slow wave deep sleep and my rapid eye movement sleep, and I absolutely love it. Again, that's drinkag1.com/Huberman to get a week's supply of AGZ and a bottle of D3K2 with your subscription. Is motivation something that needs warming up? I've long chuckled at the fact that we understand that you need to warm up before exercise. Even if it's running, you got to jog a little bit before you sprint. Certainly, we need warm-up sets before we do our work sets. Everyone understands this. But for some reason, I think people assume that focus and doing hard things mentally or creatively should be like a step function where you like show up to the work, you're like, focus. I like to think I've tried to spread the gospel of look, it's going to take a little bit of warming up. Your mind's going to flip to other things. I mean, and you can drop into a groove. I mean, I think that the really interesting research on both the hypothalamus, but also these higher brain states, if you will, the models say that there's sort of like an attractor model where, you sort of like your brain state is sort of like a ball bearing on a flat surface that's kind of moving around, and the ball bearing's moving. And then over time, it becomes more and more concave, and eventually focus, you drop into a groove, but that takes time. It takes reps. It takes the mind picking up your phone again for the third time and then going, I just got to get this thing out of the room. That focus isn't just like a switch. Motivation isn't just like a switch. And I don't think people really, they either haven't heard it or they don't believe it, but everyone, at least to my knowledge, has experienced it. We're not robots. We're not robots. And so are there tools that people can use to either embed that knowledge or to, move into focus states more quickly or more effectively, as well as move out of motivated states? Has anything been studied about transitions between tasks as something useful? Because we have dynamic lives, right? It's not just about the workout or just about the class or just about, parenting or just about whatever it is. We have to move from one thing to the next. And these are very different brain circuits.
I think what you're saying is really fascinating. I love this idea of attractor states. In my own work, we don't have that kind of model, and we don't use the language of warming up. But we do know that there is a dynamic interplay between how you think about something and the motivation that you're experiencing, right? So if a workout is, another hour of pain, like we're not going to get super excited about it. But if instead you change your mindset about it, and again, this is the power of work that Ali Akram and folks who do growth mindsets think about. If you change sort of the cognitive orientation you have towards it, a different set of motivations can get activated. So if I say it's not an hour of pain, but instead of me becoming the better me, that set of cognitions, that set of thoughts activates a different set of motives that comes to bear and can then be applied to the task at hand. Now, that's not quite warming up, but in some senses, it is a warm up. It's sort of finding the right set of thoughts that are working through your mind to maximize the motivation that you're experiencing at a given time. Another interesting thing to think about is that there's sometimes, it's not just about the amount of motivation, but it's also the type of motivation. For example, many sports have an offense-oriented component and a defense-oriented component. And they probably require very different mindsets, and they probably also require different motivation orientations. One of the most important orientations that we know for motivation science is an orientation towards nurturance and advancement, moving forward, gains, versus an orientation towards safety and security, preventing losses. And there's been some speculation and there's been some research to support this, that having the right kind of motivation for the right kind of tasks enhances performance. So if I'm playing offense, right, there's always that notion that you don't want to play not to lose, you want to play to win, right? And that's particularly true of offense. So in offense, you want to be about advancement, promotion, gains. But when you're on defense, right, at times it very well might be about preventing losses. And so if that were true, and again, that's not true for every sport, but if that is true for a particular sport, you might do better if you're in a more promotion motivational state when you are on offense and a more prevention motivational state when you're on defense. And if you get that mixed up, you won't be as effective. So when you get the match, research suggests that you enhance performance, but if you get a mismatch, you kind of have like not quite grooving, and you won't perform as well. You're kind of not right. You're just not feeling right. You're not feeling fit. You know, there is research on regulatory fit, and it suggests that if you can get task motivation fit, if you can get yourself in the right motivation for the task at hand, you'll have enhanced performance. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because research that I've conducted with my colleague Abigail Shaler and David Neely, we've shown that people have some insight into this. They know there are certain tasks that it's better to be promotion on this task, and it's better to be prevention on this task. And they also kind of know the thought processes that they have to engage in order to get there. So are you going to be thinking about gains, or are you thinking about losses? Are you going to be more in a sort of security or advancement or security mindset? They can tell us that if I think this way, if I think about security or I think about advancement, I will do better on this task, which suggests that people have some insight into what, not just the amount of motivation, but the right type of motivation to do well. And so part of what you're talking about warming up might be that people are sort of trying to cobble together the right set of thoughts to get the right motivational type, not just the right amount, but the right type in order to do the task at hand. There may also be an additional complexity with the amount, because we know not enough motivation is not good, but we also know too much motivation is bad. And so Yerkes-Dodson rule, like the U-shaped functions, you kind of want to be in the middle, or ideally. You want to be amped up to be able to do the task at hand, but if you have too much, right, you might choke because it means so much to you that you just overthink things, right? So there might also be regulation, not just to maximize motivation, but the right type and at the right level for the task at hand. So you can imagine your colleague David Goggins going absolutely crazy at a daycare soccer, like some children's soccer game. That would be bad, right? So you need to scale back motivation, find that sweet spot. So I think there is a lot of this regulation that people kind of do intuitively. Some people probably do it better than others. And I love this idea. I've never thought about it as sort of warming up, because it might take a couple of moments to actually get all the ducks lined up in a row so that the system is operating functionally, both cognitively, motivationally, biologically, at all levels to maximize performance. And I love this idea. You also mentioned this idea of switching. And there is an extensive literature in cognitive psychology, and it's called task switching, moving from one set of tasks to the other and rapidly switching back and forth. There's something known as the switch cost. There's a sort of delay and a decrease in performance at the very point of switching, because there's kind of a cognitive inertia. You're still operating on the old set, and it takes some time to figure out how to switch into the new one. Sort of zooming out a little bit, I think that's also related to research on disengaging, right? So, I've been pursuing this goal for so long, and I get it, and now it's done. It doesn't really make sense to keep going because you've already accomplished it. It's time to move on to something else. there is some research suggests that disengagement process is very difficult. And we actually don't understand it nearly as well as we understand persistence. So because of research on self-control and grit, we know a lot more about persistence than we know about disengagement. And it's an area of research that is really important for us to get into. We do know that disengagement is related to lots of positive outcomes when the person is unable to pursue a goal anymore. So, for example, if you're a woman and you always want to have children, but you're now past the biological age where you can have children, it's probably healthy to disengage from the desire to have children. Similarly, if we age out of a sport or we experience some kind of catastrophic injury where we just can't do it anymore, or that some window of opportunity has closed, right? Research suggests that for people who are more adept at disengagement, they experience better mental well-being outcomes, and they're able to re-engage in a new set of goals much faster. But beyond that, we have to really understand more about the psychology of disengagement and how we know when to persist and when to disengage. It's a really important question, but we don't know very much about it, partly because we tend to, in our culture, emphasize persistence and grit more than disengagement.
Seems like what we're trying to do when we want to get motivated or when we're engaging self-control is we're trying to bring together state of mind and body and concept. So there's the thought piece, like I'm a person who works out even if he doesn't want to, provided I'm not sick or injured, right? Because I think it's important to have those caveats. I don't believe in the no days off thing. I take a day off every week. I cycle my training, et cetera, et cetera. But I also believe in state of mind and body. And one of the things that's kind of, that just isn't discussed enough among high performers, and I think in athletics, in academics, in music, et cetera, is that once you taste a really great workout, once you taste flow state, once you taste neuroplasticity, like you grind it out and you learn something and you now have mastery of something, there's this temptation to need to be in that perfect state in order to feel like you can do it at all. Like as you ascend the staircase, that somehow like that's going to happen more and more often. And many people will assemble their entire lives trying to recreate those states. And I think one of the beautiful things, again, about people like David Goggins, we've also had Coleman Ruiz, another SEAL Team Tier 1 operator, DJ Shipley, Jocko Willink. I think what's beautiful about that community is the way that they describe doing hard things, but actually they were weaned in buds and in their other training from a place of suck. Like as Jocko, who's a good friend of mine, says, we start where it sucks. When your weapons are wet and you're cold and it's sandy, that's the starting line, so that you completely recalibrate this notion of optimal performance. And I think that's something that we don't really have an analog for in the rest of the world, certainly not in academia. It's like, get great sleep, maybe caffeinate just enough, be on the right place of that U-shaped curve, right? Or inverted U-shaped curve, not too stimulated, not understimulated, and on and on. And I think, well, all of that's great. It's one of the reasons I don't like the notion of optimization, because ultimately optimization is about for that moment. And the idea that we're trying to attain a perfect state before we can do the real work, I think is one of the more popular concepts about motivation. So is it possible that we can rewire our thinking so that we start from a place of suck? Like maybe I should be doing my workouts at 3 a.m. a la Goggins, but I don't do that, right? I like being rested, caffeinated. You see what I'm getting at?
Yes.
Because in terms of building real mental toughness, the ability to push into something when everything is like pushing back on oneself, that seems to require crap conditions.
I think what you're saying is really interesting, because I do think we know from research that people are incredibly creative at coming up for justifications to not engage in self-control. So, I'm supposed to work out today. My gym clothes don't match. Or, I'm supposed to work out today, but it's too sunny. I'm supposed to work out today, but it's not sunny enough. It's raining too much. It's raining too little. Like people are remarkably creative at coming up with reasons to justify their indulging in their temptations. Mm-hmm. So what's really interesting about what you're suggesting here is that you can just and again, I don't know that anyone's actually studied this, but this is there might be sort of this bias, or at least we capitalize on a bias that things have to be just right for me to do it. Like it has, like I think of this when I'm writing. I think a lot of us have this idea that like I don't feel like writing today. Like the conditions just aren't right, so I won't. I'll just put it off till like the muses hit me and it's just right. And you learn over time that like your every day is going to be that not so perfect day, and so you have to learn to deal with it. And then once you get into it, as you were talking about earlier, you might warm up to a point where now it's actually optimal, but it takes some time to get there. I think one of the things that's really interesting about what you're suggesting about the sort of optimization culture may be that we're embracing this partly because optimization is an exciting idea, but also it's a great justification for not ever doing the really hard things because the conditions aren't quite right. And again, I think people are incredibly creative at coming up with reasons why they shouldn't do the hard things. In the moment of choice, it seems perfectly reasonable. Yeah. And that's one of the things that's really frustrating and challenging about self-control, because you mentioned the sort of idea of aligning concept with body. When self-control conflicts are far away from us, so when I'm thinking about exercising more next year, but not today, next year, it's really easy to be able to say, like, that's the right thing to do. That's the thing that I really want. But when next year becomes today, right, all of a sudden my mindset's in a different place, and that choice is really hard again. It becomes really, really hard. The clarity that I once had is gone. What's also frustrating with self-control is, so that makes it hard to follow through with your intention. But what's also really frustrating about self-control is as that moment passes and you're looking back at it sometime in the future, right? So now that the data start has come and gone, and now you're looking back on it, you have distance again, and the clarity comes back, and you're like, why didn't I do what I was supposed to do? So again, one of the frustrating things about self-control is that it's distance dependent. The right thing to do is really clear when it's far away, but when it's close, it's hard to figure out what I should be doing. And research that I've done suggests that this exists in part because our minds shift in how we think about the event. When the event is in the distant future, it's more abstract. Or distant future, or it's happening to somebody else, or it's hypothetical. When it's far away from me, it's not imminent. I'm more likely to think about it in terms of desirability, why I'm doing it, right? It's going to be much more abstract. But when that future becomes now, my mindset changes, and I'm thinking now much more about feasibility. How am I going to do it? And much more concretely about what I have to do. And the problem is a lot of these things that are hard, the whys are really positive, but the hows are really negative, right? That's because they're hard. And so just at the point where I have to do the hard thing is when I'm thinking about why it's so hard the most. And then that's why I say I want to do it. And then again, time passes, distance passes, it gets farther away from me. And I'm looking back on it and be like, but that was something I really, really want to do, because now I'm thinking about it in terms of why again, instead of how. So in order to try to overcome that, in my lab, we've conducted experiments in which we have people think about, we bring them in and we have them think about their goals, and why they're pursuing their goals, or how they're going to pursue those goals. We then give them a self-control conflict that's unrelated to those goals. So they're just thinking generally about why or generally about how. So this is, again, the frame of mind that we generally have when things are far away, or the generally have frame of mind when they're close. We use the word warm up. So we essentially warm them up. And then we give them a self-control task, and they have much better self-control when they've thought about whys than hows. And again, we argue that this is because we're simulating the mindset of when the thing was distant and when it was close. But that's the problem with hard things. When they're in the distant future, it seems like a really good idea, and we can think about why we want to do it. When we actually have to do it, we don't think about why anymore. We think about how, and the how just sucks. And then again, as time passes on, we look back, we're completely perplexed as to why we didn't do the thing when it's so clear to us that was the thing that we really wanted to do.
I would also add, and feel free to disagree, that the rewards that come after challenges to meet those rewards are the real rewards. I've been going on and on online for a few years now that, dopamine and other forms of chemical reinforcement that come without effort, while there are examples of those that can be healthy or innocuous, most of them are pretty detrimental, but there's nothing quite like rewards that follow intense, prolonged effort.
It's really interesting that you mentioned this, because I think when we think about self-control, we tend to think about it as a binary. So again, if we're going to use cake as an example. So if I'm trying to lose weight and there's a piece of cake in front of me, usually it's a binary. I have this goal to lose weight. I also have this goal to eat the yummy cake, right? And those two goals are in conflict, and I have to choose one of them. And that makes the decision actually kind of hard because it's one against one. One of the things I think really interesting about what you're saying about doing hard things is that those are additional motivations.
国家太热，我们这边不冷，我们这边冷的刚好
Those are
冷。
additional
英国太热，
motivations
受不了。
that fuel the long-term goal. So I was mentioning before, it's really important to think about your whys. I'm using that in plural. It's not just the one why I want to lose weight, but it's I want to be healthier. I want to be a good example for my kids. I want to show that I can do this. I want to become the better me. Whatever, all these different motivations. There's no reason why resolving a self-control dilemma should be a fair fight. Like, why should you give the temptation a fair one-on-one challenge? Instead, I think you're kind of highlighting that
什么是你的 cake day？ 什么意思？
confidence, self-esteem, all of these other things.
吃蛋糕
Also, if we
看。
can leverage them, we can become much more powerful against the temptation because we just find additional sources of motivation to push through the things that we really don't want to do. And ironically, it's an upward cycle because the more you do it,
哦，
right, the more positivity you experience. And so it's a sort of a virtuous cycle. Whereas you can also imagine the opposite. If you give up, right, then you say, I'm not capable. And all those motivations start to collapse. I'm not going to become that person. I'm not going to grow. I am the person I was worried of. And all this, you can just sort of hear this negative self-talk, and you can see it becoming a negative downward spiral. So I really find what you're saying really interesting. Like really, not just the phenomenon, but to really focus on it and say, like, I'm doing the hard thing not just for the one goal, but because I want that dopamine rush. I want my system to learn how to take this on, and I want to prove to myself that I can do it. As I said, it shouldn't be a fair fight. We should stack the deck in our favor.
Yeah, if the temptation is limbic, come in with more limbic as well as high level
Yes.
concepts. Spread them out over time is what I'm hearing. Like, what's the benefit now? What's the drawback now of making the wrong decision? And then extend that out to like tomorrow, the next day. Spending a little bit of time on these things can mean a lot. And in the end, what we're saying is a lot of time is really like a minute.
Yes.
Right? Like, it's not like you have to sit down and do a journaling exercise, although I think from your work, it's clear that that can be beneficial.
I do also think that like it should get easier over time because, as you said, we have these attractive states in our mind, and the first time we try to pull these thoughts together, it's herding sheep, right? So you're trying to get all these ideas and these motivations and these thoughts and these biological systems, motivational systems, cognitive systems all lined up. The first time you do that, that might take more work, but the more you do it, right? We know the mind likes to practice and be in the same places. I think at more over time, it should become faster and faster. So this idea of warming up, which I really like, that you mentioned before, the warm up might get easier and easier and easier the more I do it.
Well, the concept of warming up came to me years ago when we would record neural activity in the brain of either awake animals, or in some cases, I had the benefit of seeing this in humans. I have a friend who's a neurosurgeon, and if you look at an animal or a person doing a task, and you could use functional imaging, so it's more non-invasive, or you could use electrodes, you could use calcium imaging and monitoring the activity of lots and lots of neurons. You don't see that like the person or the animal like does this perception exercise, and all of a sudden like the circuit that's involved like lights up. What you see is there's a lot of noise, what we call a lot of hash, not the kind people smoke, but it's like it sounds like on the audio monitor. As they repeat the task over and over, the signal becomes very, very clear, and you haven't made any adjustments to the equipment. Sometimes you have, and you start getting great signal to noise because the circuit it's these attractor states, and the signal of noise goes way, way up. And I was watching this and going, well, these are like simple behavioral tasks or perceptual tasks of like telling, a person trying to say, oh, the dots are moving up or the dots are moving, on average down. And you just see like the brain goes through this like transition state. And then as people get sleepy, it gets a little noisier, and then it comes back again. And I was like, oh, this kind of like explains a lot of my experience trying to study or to do things.
Yeah.
One piece of knowledge that I'm really excited about that I'll just pass along. There's a guy down at the University of Pittsburgh, Peter Strick, who's an exerciser. He doesn't like doing exercise, but he also maps neural circuits. And he discovered that the brain areas that control movement of the large musculature when those become active, they actually activate the release of adrenaline when we move, and the adrenaline then feeds back on those circuits. So this is a reminder to anyone that doesn't feel like working out. The warm-up serves to increase these chemicals that then bring more signal to noise in the neural circuits that control movement. So it makes sense why, like, after 5 minutes of warming up, you're more motivated. It's not purely psychological. Anyway, I just kind of throw that out there. I'm curious about the role of competitiveness. When I was a postdoc, I was confronted with being in an area of science where a lot of tools were coming in. It was super competitive, and it was kind of a first come, first serve. There was some creative work involved, but like we all knew what the tools were, and we were all like going hungry hippos for these. And I was in competition with really big labs, and that competition fueled me in a way that I wasn't familiar with. I don't consider myself an innately competitive person about most things. I won't like be the guy who has to win at ping pong. Right. Certain things I'm competitive about, but not others. But what I noticed was having an enemy was incredibly motivating. And in the end, they got some and we got some, and we ended up being more or less friends at the end. And it brought out our best. I like to think that it brought out our best. Do people tend to kind of distribute along a normal distribution, or is it a binary distribution in terms of competitiveness? And to what extent are people that are competitive, like we have the example of like Michael Jordan, who apparently was like, he was competitive about everything apparently. To what extent are those people the people we call motivated? Are they just really, really competitive? Because a lot of endeavors in life are not competitive, but a lot of them are, right? Getting at the setting the curve, being the one student or two students who can get A+ in the class, like you and I, you went to Harvard, I'm at Stanford, and it's a very competitive environment. It's sort of the apex of competitive academic environments. So how does competitiveness play into willpower and tenacity and self-control over time? Are those people just better at it? But what happens when you remove the enemy, you remove the competitor?
I think what you're saying is really interesting. And I too have heard a lot of these stories, and I've always thought they were very interesting. I personally don't know of any direct work looking at competitiveness and self-control. The closest work that I can think of in my sphere, and there might be other research on competitiveness outside of the work that I typically read, mostly has to do with achievement motivation, right? So achievement motivation is a lot like competitiveness in this. I think competitiveness actually often comes out of achievement motivation. Achievement motivation is sort of like a recognition for doing really, really well on something. And it's usually really, really well relative to other people, right? So like achievement motivation, you really want to be the person all the way at the top. Like that's maximal achievement motivation satisfaction. If you're number one. If you're number two, you might actually get to that situation where now you're rivals, and that fuels you to go higher and higher. We do know that achievement motivation is a motivation like many other motivations that's probably normally distributed. So that the desire for achievement and achievement recognition will be stronger in some people and weaker in others. The thing to think about, I think, is although achievement motivation may be sort of promoted by our particular culture, when I think of motivation, I think of much more of the myriad or plethora of different emotions different motivations that we have that might motivate behavior in just as productive a manner. So I'm thinking about, for example, we know that belonging motivation is really important for humans. Humans as a social species, we survived because we were in groups and we had others. A human alone is not very powerful, but a human in large groups is very powerful. So we've evolved this motivation to be connected and socially intertwined with other people. But I'm sure you know folks that are super belonging motivated and people who are not so motivated. And the people who are really motivated to belong to a group will do amazing things in order to belong to the group. If they get rejected from that group, they will bend, heaven and earth to get back in that group and just do amazing things. So, and there are many other motivations too. Motivations for power, motivations for control, you name it. There's a whole motivations for self-esteem, motivations for competence, and so when I think of motivations, I try not to think of any one motivation, but sort of think about the aggregate motivation pushing us towards a particular behavior. So again, I was talking a little bit before about not giving the temptation a fair one-on-one fight, but actually bringing to bear all the motivations that might help you overcome it. If you know what motivates you, you should use those and activate those when you need them strategically, right? So if I'm someone who is competitive, then I might use achievement motivation to fuel my desire to do really hard things. But maybe I'm not that kind of person. And you see this all the time. Like I do Peloton, and you see the Peloton instructor say, like, if you don't want to see the leaderboard, get rid of it. For some other people, it's more about being on the bike with other people. And that's what, and staying with the group, not being in front of the group, but staying with the group is what fuels them to do things that they didn't think they could do before. Again, just taking the idea of the self-control toolbox really seriously, different strategies are going to work differently for different people. And so I think it's really important to explore, and not just explore different strategies, but to explore yourself, to really say, like, what really does motivate you. And I'm not sure that we always do know what really motivates us. I think a lot of times we kind of discover what our motivations are by saying, "Ooh, I like this and I don't like this," but it's only through exposure. So to go and explore and figure out what makes you tick, and then to exploit and use those in your strategies. And again, the constellation of tools that works for me may not work for other people.
I'd like to take a quick break and acknowledge one of our sponsors, Element. Element is an electrolyte drink that has everything you need and nothing you don't. That means the electrolytes, sodium, magnesium, and potassium, all in the correct ratios, but no sugar. Proper hydration is critical for brain and body function. Even a slight degree of dehydration can diminish your cognitive and physical performance. It's also important that you get adequate electrolytes. The electrolytes, sodium, magnesium, and potassium, are vital for the functioning of all cells in your body, especially your neurons or your nerve cells. Drinking Element makes it very easy to ensure that you're getting adequate hydration and adequate electrolytes. My days tend to start really fast, meaning I have to jump right into work or right into exercise. So to make sure that I'm hydrated and I have sufficient electrolytes, when I first wake up in the morning, I drink 16 to 32 ounces of water with an Element packet dissolved in it. I also drink Element dissolved in water during any kind of physical exercise that I'm doing, especially on hot days when I'm sweating a lot and losing water and electrolytes. Element has a bunch of great tasting flavors. In fact, I love them all. I love the watermelon, the raspberry, the citrus, and I really love the lemonade flavor. So if you'd like to try Element, you can go to drinkelement.com/Huberman to claim a free Element sample pack with any purchase. Again, that's drinkelement.com/Huberman to claim a free sample pack.
One thing I've been playing with a little bit recently in my own life is just striving for immense consistency in certain things, not trying to fail, but not focusing so much on peak performance, but just without fail, every single night, I have a particular practice before I go to sleep, and just no matter what, I show up to it. If I fall asleep, I get out of bed. There are times I'm like, I'm not like fully focused on this right now. I'm having trouble fully focusing on this, but for me, it's really become an experiment in consistency. I think I'm like 2 years and some change now into it. And so it's tapped into this different part of myself that I'm not so familiar with, which is like not trying to get the best performance out, right? But that's great when it happens, but it's different. And earlier we were talking, before we went on mic, we were talking about abstinence versus moderation. And I'm curious what the data show. And when I hear abstinence, obviously it sounds like people trying to avoid certain behaviors, but I think we could flip it the other way too. Is it always the case that, we have to show up to the thing, or, at our best? Or like yesterday, I was supposed to do a HIIT workout, and I confess, look, happens to me too, folks. I was like, due to for a high intensity interval training workout, and I was like, things were getting really compressed. I thought, what would happen if I just did the 8 rounds of this on the assault bike? But I didn't go all out. And I'm going to just do the first 2, not lazy, but semi-lazy. And I noticed by the 3rd or the 4th, of course, my motivation started to increase. And I was like, oh, this is really cool. It was informative for me because it showed me where the barrier was. It wasn't necessarily about the effort. It was about the concept. So what's the deal with abstinence versus moderation? When can we tap into this as a useful tool?
I'm going to have a 2-part answer, so it might be a little bit long-winded. I hope remember
Take
both
your time.
parts. So the first part is that, generally speaking, psychology has tended to emphasize abstinence or consistency in self-control over the alternative, which is moderation. So we have a lot of self-control theoretical models which stress the importance of patterns over isolated acts. Once you have a pattern of behavior in place, it carries a special hold over you that a non-pattern does not. So let me give you an example. So I have an Apple Watch, and it tells me if I've closed my ring for the day. And there was a point in time where that number was some huge number because I managed to be consistent for a really long time. But let's say it was 500. And I had 500, and I wanted that to keep going. And just knowing that I had an unbroken streak of 500, in and of itself became motivating to me, above and beyond the desire to exercise and all the reasons why I wanted to do the workouts, right? So these theoretical analyses have suggested that one of the things that helps us maintain self-control is the knowledge of the pattern. The pattern itself has strength over us in a way that doing something every once in a while sporadically does not. So if you're able to tell yourself, I do this, I've done this every week for, this every Sunday for every week for the last X number of years, that has a special motivational power that perhaps even the same number of things, even the same number of times you've done the activity, if you've done it more sporadically, it doesn't have that power. Perhaps it could be just because you have the habit. Perhaps the habit locks you into place. And it's possible that, we have like psychological and cognitive things that help us in place. Others have argued that, we like the sense of completeness, the gestalt of having this pattern, whereas again, the sporadic doesn't have that sort of orderly system, right? But one of the things that you might recognize is that patterns tend to lead to really rigid behaviors, right? So when I had the streak going, I was like up at the middle of the night on a treadmill, just trying to get my steps in, just because I wanted to keep the pattern, which was really stupid. So they can take a life of their own, which in some cases can be good, but the rigidity of these behaviors could also be bad. So it was this idea that there might be trade-offs associated with abstinence, like drawback to abstinence, that got my student Feng Lei and I really interested in if there were other alternatives. And the most common alternative is some version of moderation. So at its extreme, abstinence is doing like never indulging in the temptation or always doing the goal-directed option. And moderation is generally doing the thing that's good for the goal, but allowing yourself to have the occasional lapse. Now, I want to be clear here. This is not the same thing as failing, because failing or justifying something post hoc, you're not talking about the pattern of behaviors. You make that decision in the moment and say, well, the cake looks really good. It's sunny out. It's beautiful. I deserve the cake, and you eat it. That's sort of like a justification in the moment. When we're talking moderation, it's more kind of like I have the goal in mind, and with the goal in mind, I understand that indulging once isn't going to kill that goal, right? So it's not that I don't have the goal in mind and I just want the temptation. I have the goal in mind. I'm integrating it with the indulgence and saying this one instance isn't going to destroy my goal. It's a lot like saying, eating chocolate cake once isn't going to make you fat. Or eating a salad for lunch one day isn't going to allow you to lose weight. What matters is the sustained behavior over time. But you have choices about that pattern. You can either have it be completely consistent one thing, or you can have cheat days. And so we were really interested in some of the trade-offs. You think about some of the trade-offs. Abstinence, as I just mentioned, these really rigid behaviors. But computationally, like the choice is already pre-decided for you. You sit down, it's Monday, 5 o'clock. That's your exercise time. You don't have a choice. If you're following an abstinence strategy, the choice is made for you. It's really easy. So it's computationally simple. In principle, if you can hold on to that, it makes much more rapid progress because you never take a step back. You're always going towards the goal. But there are some trade-offs with this, like the rigidity, right? So it's Monday, 5 p.m. It's your daughter's wedding, but you're getting the workout in. Why? Right? Like that lack of flexibility is kind of crazy. Once the pattern is broken, it's all or none. It's gone. So if you're abstinent and you have a lapse, the goal is done, right? You can't go back. My point here is that there's some trade-offs between abstinence and moderation, and we are really interested in trying to understand why people choose one versus the other for what kinds of tasks, what kinds of goals, and with the idea that maybe sometimes we're picking the wrong pattern for the goal at hand, right? So, for example, if I'm trying to be faithful to my spouse, right, abstinence is probably better than indulgence, because the thing about being faithful to your spouse is that if you have the one lapse, you are no longer a faithful spouse, right? Sort of by definition, that's a situation in which you have failed and that goal is gone forever. On the other hand, for a student studying for an exam, they can watch a little Netflix, or they can study for their exam. Normally, those two types of conflicts, those two goals aren't in conflict. But if it's the night before an exam, now they're in conflict. Do they exclusively study, or do they give themselves a study break? In that kind of situation, the study break might be okay, because taking 5 minutes for a study break doesn't mean that you fail at studying. So we're kind of interested in whether people pick certain kinds of strategies for certain kinds of conflicts, and also whether certain personality types might prefer certain kinds of strategies. So if I'm the kind of person who likes to keep things black and white, abstinence might be the way to go. If I'm the kind of person who likes variety, then moderation might be better. Another thing that we're really interested in is why people pick the wrong one. And one of the things that we've been finding, some initial findings that we have from our lab, is that when you present people with targets, other people who have engaged in abstinence versus moderation, at least the participants that we've asked generally say that the person who engaged in abstinence has better self-control than the person who engaged in moderation. Which is interesting to us, because actually moderation is more difficult. So you could have said that the moderation person has more self-control than the person who's abstinent, because that's in principle the easier decision. But this suggests to us that there may be a bias, that when people are saying, okay, I want to go on a diet, I want to exercise more, I want to do whatever, they might be defaulting to abstinence, when in fact they might be better off doing some version of moderation.
Fascinating. Two of the best pieces of advice that I ever got for my academic career, but turned out to be valuable for all sorts of long-term goal pursuits and just life, is my dad, who's a scientist. He said, when I really hit the gas pedal on my academics, because I was coming from behind, coming out of high school, he said, listen, you got to be a long distance runner in this game. There is a thing called burnout, and you just have to figure out what you can do consistently. And then a neurologist at Berkeley, who was also in the psychology department, Bob Knight, one time I asked him, like, what's the key to this whole thing? And he said, find a non-destructive way to reset yourself each week, and figure out what you can invest 5 or 6 days per week, and update that every 5 years or as your personal life changes. So what he was saying was, what you can do as a graduate student is different than when you're a postdoc and when you have a family. And I said, what's your non-destructive thing? And he goes, completely mindless activities, in particular fishing. I don't want to insult any of the fishermen and women in the audience. I have a lot of fishermen on my mom's side, but he just would go fishing, not think about science, not think about anything. I don't know if he did it with other people or not, and that was his reset. And I think, as simple as that advice is, it was really valuable to me, which is why I'm saying it now, because he was laying out a pattern. The week is a fundamental unit of work, and you have to figure out how to reset so that you can continue to come back and be that long distance runner. Otherwise, burnout is real. The physical burnout, mental burnout, and what's not sustainable is not sustainable.
I think one of the things that, one of the ideas that we've been playing around with is this notion that there might be sort of two modes of goal pursuit that people have. One of them is the single goal. Like, here's the most important thing in my life, and I'm going to sacrifice everything for it. And again, that's very effective for getting things done. And I think some of the most highly productive, highly successful people specialize in that mode. And I think our society is actually really good at advancing that idea. Like they say, study when you're young, throw everything into it. That's not important. Put your effort into this. We're really a very goal-directed society, and I think we're really raising our kids to be that way. Saying, you got to do X, Y, Z. So if you want to be an athlete, you have to do this. If you want to be, if you want to be a scientist, you have to do this. You have a doctor, this. So we kind of track them really quickly, and then everything becomes about that single goal. But humans, we never pursue one goal at a time. Like, the truth is, we are pursuing in our lives multiple goals. So I have a goal to spend time with, to work, obviously, but I also want to spend time with family and friends. I want to exercise, watch out for my health. I want to indulge my artistic side. I want to indulge, all these different goals. they're kind of what my friend Abby calls invisible goals. They're goals that we're pursuing, but we aren't necessarily aware that we're pursuing them. And as a result, we're not actually maximizing and giving them their fair due diligence for us to be the well-rounded humans that we want to be. So you were mentioning balancing work and non-work. I think this is fundamental, but when we think about what is success, we go back to that single goal mode, right? That single goal mode. And one of the things, again, I think that's why people prefer abstinence over moderation. They're thinking about the one goal that is most important to them, and they're going to subordinate all the other goals, sacrifice all the other goals that they have for that one goal. But there might be something really healthy and wholesome about understanding that you're actually pursuing multiple goals and then realizing that you have to divvy your effort among them. And doing so systematically might end up helping all the goals in a way that's better than just pursuing the one and sacrificing the other. In other words, the gain from pursuing all of them might be more than the gain of pursuing the one. And I think the philosophies of abstinence versus moderation kind of speak to that tension between, do I pursue the one that's really important versus do I spread my effort among the many?
Certainly in the United States, we love to revere the examples of extreme performance. Michael Jordan, Mike Tyson, amazing gymnasts, Yo-Yo Ma, like all these people. But if you talk to them or people from the tier 1 operations community, they'll tell you there was very little balance, certainly when they were ascending the ladder, but even to maintain high performance. Very, very few people can do that over time and have a stable and healthy personal life. Some can, many can't. These days, there seems to be a kind of theme of demonizing people for being too extreme. After I find it very selfish on the part of the public to, revere these people, glean all the rewards of the incredible, photos of Jordan dunking and the dynasties and all that. And then be like, oh, well, he was, compulsively competitive or something like that. Like, well, what do you want? Like, I mean, obviously he did it for himself, hopefully more than he did for the adoration. But, imbalance also brings extremes. We're talking about training a dog, right? I mean, you can get these dogs that can do extreme things well beyond what their breed represents, but that dog is not going to be like other dogs. Its neural circuits are honed around these training things, and that's what happens when you take young kids and you shape them around a certain behavior, academic or athletic. So it's easier to look at those examples and say, oh yeah, I don't want to deal with that, and so let's demonize them. I think we should celebrate those people if that's what they genuinely wanted, and we should pay attention to the fact that they became asymmetric in their wiring, literally. And most of us probably don't like that or aren't willing to make those sacrifices.
And I think we can be okay with that duality in our heads. Like, there may be goals for which you pursue in that single-minded way, and because they're so important to you, as long as you're aware. So sort of like, do I want to be a specialist or a generalist? Mm-hmm. And you can't be both. So balancing your time and effort between those two modes, I think, is really important. You have to decide, okay, this goal is worth sacrificing. These other ones are not. And as long as we're aware of the trade-offs, I think that's good. My concern is I think we often aren't aware of the trade-offs. We're only aware of the trade-offs in retrospect, after we've made the decision. So, those who have sort of more balanced their goals, they say, I should have put more effort into the one. I didn't achieve all the things I wanted to, and so they're regretful of that. And you also see lots of stories of people saying, like, I killed myself for this one goal, I did it, but I kind of wish I had, this other. And so I think the more we can do it proactively as opposed to retrospectively, the closer we will be to where we want to be. Again, I there's not much research on this, and I think that's what's really interesting to me about it. We can have this conversation. As a scientist, I'm a little frustrated that science hasn't quite caught up to these insights that we're talking about.
If only, dangerous words. I don't spend a lot of time on social media. I have an allocated set of time. I have a separate phone for it, which helps. Talk about moderation. That really helps. So when people send me things on X or Instagram, I can't see it because texts come through a different phone. So it's an allocated time. That's just it's been very helpful. But I have this kind of appreciation for, I don't know why, they're these high-speed cup grabbers. Do you know these people? So they set out cups or objects. Yes.
And yet everyone's like, oh, it was sped up, and they'll do other things like run a clock in the background so you can see that it wasn't actually artificially sped up. And I'm like, this is so cool. And then I realized, I'm like, how much time did they put into this? And I hope that they're happy in their high-speed cup grabbing. I don't know what they're sacrificing for that, but it's kind of amazing in this day and age that because we can put everything on display, there's more and more incentive to become hyper-specialized in something for mere attention. And I hope they're being rewarded handsomely in whatever way, psychologically or financially. But it's kind of interesting. I don't think this existed in the past. There might have been a traveling carnival or something where people would come through and do acrobatics. But we're in a time now where we can reach into our pocket and see the extremes of behavior, including these highly trained behaviors. So it's a very weird time that we're living in. And it sort of gives the impression that one has to be hypertrophied in one skill or one attribute, or else you're not really living, and nothing could be further from the truth.
You're making really interesting observations about the current state of our society and also about the impact it could potentially have on motivation. I think the interesting angle for me on what you're just saying, you're asking whether these cup folks, cup stackers, are doing this for the attention or they're doing it for themselves. And I would say that the research suggests that they probably do it because they themselves love it. And it goes back to something that you said, or the conversation we had earlier about doing hard things. Research suggests that when it comes to doing really hard things, especially sustaining that hard things over time. So you could do something hard maybe once when you're externally motivated, but sustaining that over time is really difficult if you are exclusively externally motivated. Research suggests that your self-control, or at least performance and self-control, is enhanced to the extent that you're intrinsically motivated, that you enjoy it for the task itself. So there's research that Ayala Fishbach has done, and Caitlin Woolley as well, where they've shown that if you go to the gym and you only think about all the things that you benefit long-term from the gym, that your attendance at the gym is okay. But if they include intrinsic positivity or intrinsic rewards, like just listening to your favorite music while you're on the treadmill, increases your likelihood of going regularly, right? So the idea here is that it's easier to sustain motivation over time, especially when things are hard. That's when you need to sustain it the most, when you love what you do. If you can't find something to love, then you might be able to do it short term, but over time, you'll struggle to keep that motivation up, mostly because the rewards are not tracking with the difficulty of the task, right? That's led me to have some thoughts about how you build self-control and how you teach self-control. And I think the worst thing to do is to make someone, like the way that we currently teach self-control, I think a lot, is in the classroom where we make kids sit in the chairs really quietly and sort of like rule impose, this is what you're supposed to do. I'm not convinced that that's necessarily the best way to teach self-control, only because that's all externally imposed. The child does not want to sit there quietly. The child wants to do their thing. Instead, I think the best way to cultivate self-control for yourself or for others is to do it in a domain that you have intrinsic interest, because there's something where you will do the hard thing for a long time, but you'll also be more willing to explore and find better ways of doing something because you love it so much, right? So I used to practice martial arts and I loved it. And, I would lose a competition, or I would have a horrible practice, or I just couldn't do something. And what kept me going wasn't some desire to be better or some desire. It was really just the intrinsic love of the thing itself, the intrinsic love of the process that kept me in the game when things got hardest. So, if I were to give advice to anyone about how best to cultivate self-control and to cultivate this ability to do hard things, it would first be make sure the thing that you are trying to do that's so hard is something that you love doing. Because if you don't love it, all of the external rewards are negative. They're all punishments. And that's not going to sustain you. So unless there's something about the process itself that you enjoy the pain, and that sounds masochistic, but I think most people who do hard things, they enjoy something about the process. That's what keeps us going, and that's what gives us the consistent motivation to pursue things over time.
I'd like to take a quick break and acknowledge our sponsor, Function. Function provides over 160 advanced lab tests to give you a clear snapshot of your bodily health. This snapshot gives you insights into your heart health, your hormone health, autoimmune function, nutrient levels, and much more. They've also recently added access to advanced MRI and CT scans. Function not only provides testing of over 160 biomarkers key to your physical and mental health, it also analyzes these results and provides recommendations for improving your health from top doctors. For example, in a recent test with Function, I learned that some of my blood lipids were slightly out of range. As a result, I decided to start supplementing with nattokinase, which can naturally help reduce LDL cholesterol. And it did. In a follow-up test, I could confirm that this strategy worked. My blood lipids are now back exactly where I want them. Comprehensive lab testing of the sort that Function offers is just so important for health. I mean, how else are you going to know what's going on under the hood? And while I've been doing blood work for years, it used to be time-consuming, complicated, and expensive. In fact, I used to spend thousands of dollars per year trying to get this kind of data, and the data, frankly, were not all that good. But now with Function, it's extremely easy and affordable. A Function membership is only $1 a day, $365 a year. And if you think about the information it provides and the health challenges it helps you avoid and the proactive things that it can do for you to enhance your health, I truly look at it as a savings. To learn more, visit functionhealth.com/Huberman and use the code Huberman for a $50 credit towards your membership. Again, that's functionhealth.com/Huberman. You perfectly queued up this question that I've had and about people who have very low activation energy, which sounds like a bad thing, but it means they can just like get into action right away, versus people that, you know, it takes a lot for them to get into motion to do things. And in being a scientist and in being in labs and in running a lab, I can't say that people fall out into two bins or two distributions on this, but there do seem to be people who, for whatever reason, is it trying to correlate it with upbringing or something? Like, did they grow up on a farm, or like, were their parents structured at home? But there are these people who, like, if there are a bunch of lab tasks, they're really boring. They're like really boring. The first time you do them, they might be interesting, but like acid washing cover slips, and and like aliquoting antibodies. Like, there's, if you can listen to something or some music or something, like, you can make it a little bit more bearable. But it's boring. Right. The moment you realize a technician could do it for you and you already know how to do it, there are certain people who are like, can't a technician do this? But there are other people who just go, okay, and they just do it. And they seem to get energy from it. It's really interesting. And then there are other people, and I used to think, oh, these are going to be the people with better ideas or more creative, and they won't do any of this, what I call chop wood, carry water stuff. I haven't found that to be the case at all. Some people just have low activation energy. You give them a task, they might ask you why, but they just kind of do it. And then they don't waste any effort, like no friction. Other people, it's like this whole process. And I'm kind of pointing the mirror at myself now, because certain things I'm very plug and chug about. Other things I'm like, really? Like, after this and that? I will say that as one, the interesting thing about academia, that was told to me by my chairman years ago. He said, academia is one of these funny careers, because the higher you go up the ladder, the more like low level crap they give you to do in addition to everything else. I actually think that might not be, it's a terrible thing on the one hand, but it might not be such a bad thing. And I'll just use one more anecdote. I worked in the Stanford Sleep Lab for a summer when I was in college, and there was a guy who ran the project on, co-ran the project looking for the gene for narcolepsy, which they eventually got. His name was Seiji Nishino. And he ran the lab. He's an MD and a PhD, extremely talented, and they're hunting for this gene. It was a big deal. But he would come into lab and do like the most rudimentary stuff with the technicians. And I remember asking him, I was like, what's the deal? And he said, oh, I just like to show people that I'll do this. And yet I also just like doing it because it makes everything else easier. And I thought, holy cow, like, this guy's running a giant program. And he's in there doing like the most rudimentary stuff, no complaint, no nothing. And I thought, how do you get to be like that? And it turns out, for me, you just have to like scruff yourself and make yourself do it. But some people just seem to naturally make the connect. What is that? Is it upbringing? Is it that some people just analysis paralysis, or they think they're special? I haven't found the thing. I can't find it.
I don't either. I don't know that I have a good answer for you. I can give you a sort of a scientific perspective, but I can also give you a philosophical perspective that comes from my own Japanese background. So I'll start with the philosophical one. In Japanese culture, I've been really interested about this concept of ikigai, which means you're doing a mundane task but you are finding purpose in it. So your job might be to sweep the steps of a temple. You could ask like, wow, that's like about as mundane and as trivial a task as I could actually find. But the idea of ikigai is to sort of think about it. If that is your purpose, if that's your piece of the pie, like you're part of this giant system, and this is the important cog that you fill, people, it actually enhances well-being. They'll do it until they're like 90 years old. They'll still be doing it because they won't give it up because they find so much meaning in the simple task. This infusion of simple tasks, I think, is also related to the notion of rituals, right? So a lot of traditions have rituals that people engage in, and they engage it in a perfunctory manner. But if you engage it in a meaningful way, it has this power to connect us to everyone else who has ever done the ritual and anyone who might in the future. So sort of expands us to include more people in us. And I'm really interested in this idea that we can draw sacredness from these mundane tasks. Again, this is all speculation. My colleague, Shira Gabriel, she's at SUNY Buffalo. She studies what's known as collective effort.
昨天有吃的，这是一模一样。
Magical experiences that we have when we're in a crowd, all kind of doing the same thing. So like if we all go to a football game, we're all cheering at the same time, or we go to a concert and we're all singing Taylor Swift together, like whoever your singer of choice might be. That there's sort of like a magicness where we're doing something that's fairly mundane, but it feels sacred and special to us. It's sort of infusing it with meaning. Just going back to your point, I wonder, for some people, doing the simple tasks might just be a way of connecting to the essence of the science itself, or the essence of the task itself. So when I was doing martial arts, you're supposed to tie your armor on in a certain way. You're supposed to bow in a certain way. And in some senses, it's like, well, this is a stupid set of traditions. And you could just go through them in a perfunctory manner. But if you did them with meaning, it's not just the task itself, but it carries this. It's the connection that we have to people that came before us and the people that came after us. Again, as I mentioned, social belonging is one of the most powerful human motivations. If we can create these bonds through these simplistic rituals, those, again, these are all speculations that I'm drawing, but it could potentially be really, really powerful. And this idea that there might be sacredness in the mundane is an idea that I think really interesting to me. So perhaps, this PI that you're talking about felt more connected to the lab by doing these mundane tasks that I personally would not want to do. But perhaps it was a way of sort of saying, like, I'm still part of the science when I'm pushing paperwork at the higher levels of administration. Again, it's all purely speculation, but I think there is some basis in science.
Yeah, I remember thinking back then, like, what a badass guy. Also, he and his coworker, Emmanuel Mignon, eventually found the gene. It's in the orexin hypocretin system, which has all these implications for hunger regulation, has implications for the treatment of obesity. Like they were making fundamental discoveries, and like there he was. And to this day, I still like revere him in my mind. I was like, he's also, by the way, I'll just throw this out there, incidentally, the guy who taught me that getting morning and evening sunlight in my eyes would set my circadian rhythm, because the guy used to work like heroic hours. He would sleep like 4 or 5 hours a night, and he was like, you just have to stay on a circadian schedule. Turns out you need a little more sleep than that, but he's still going strong. So incredible. As we've been talking today, I've had this thing in the back of my mind, which is like, there's something, and this is an obsession of mine, admittedly, there's something about our ability as humans to dynamically regulate our perception in time that is extremely valuable, right? And it's especially salient when we think, okay, there's the cake, I want that. Okay, I'm not going to do that. You have to get out of, you can do things in space, not outer space, but in physical space, as these kids did with the marshmallow. You can turn around, you can put something in front of it, you could imagine a cockroach on it, but the powerful tools seem to be when we incorporate some exit from the moment into a future moment. Or we could think back. I mean, David Goggins will tell you, and I have a friend who's come on the podcast before, and Samar Hattar is a scientist, and he talked about how he was very, very overweight, and he's doing great now with his health. But David will tell you too, like the fear of being that again is also a motivator. So thoughts to the past, linking the present to that and to a future concept. What we're talking about is mental time travel. And this is a pretty high level thing that I'm assuming my dog, when I put a piece of meat in front of him on the floor, can't do unless I give him a command and I take it away if he doesn't obey the command, which is how he learned it so fast. So when we're talking about dynamic time perception, we know that that's harder when we're under conditions of stress. When we're more relaxed, it's easier to do. So does any of the work that you've looked at in self-control actively incorporate the notion of self-regulation, how calm or how anxious one is? Because we hear this like, oh, some people don't eat when they get anxious, but a lot of people just become anxious eaters. Or, you know, for people in 12-step for alcohol, it's like never be like, what is it, like angry, tired, you know, etc. for these very reasons.
I think what you're saying is fundamental to understanding self-control. Self-control fails when we are not able to move in distance, right? So I talked about how self-control is distance dependent. When it's far away, it's easy. When it's close, it's really difficult. And so many of the most effective strategies in self-control require either physically distancing yourself, as you've already talked about, or psychologically distancing myself, finding ways to either to activate the mindsets that I have when the thing is distant. So I'm thinking about it as if it was distance, even though it's proximal. Or finding other ways to frame it as if it's distant. So, as I said, in my lab, we talk about, you know, again, when things are far away, we tend to think about things in terms of why, but when they're close, we tend to think about them in terms of how. And so in my lab, we sort of stress knowing your whys as one way to extricate yourself psychologically from the situation that you're currently in. Now, you mentioned things like, you know, being drunk or being angry or being tired as things that predispose us to self-control failure. I don't know if it's necessarily that it's difficult or if it's just they bias us in one direction or the other. And, you know, strong emotional states, we know with alcohol, it creates myopia. We know that when we're tired, we tend to think more myopically, more here and now, because we just want to rest. We don't want to think about the long term. That our mind sort of, there's a tractor state towards being very concrete and thinking about how, and which again brings us actually proximal to the temptation. So I'm not sure that it's necessarily harder to do in the sense that like it's that much more effort and all else is being equal. It's just that the situation has put us in a situation where it's a lot easier to think proximally than think distantly. So what are some other ways in which you can get more distance from a temptation that's not necessarily thinking about why versus how? Other ways might include, and these come from my colleague Ethan Cross, who I know has been a guest on your show, referring to yourself in the third person as opposed to me, right? So I might say, what does Ken want to do in this situation versus what do I want to do? And just simply referring to myself as other people, not me, but as other people would create psychological distance in the space that allows, that gives me just enough to think of it as far as opposed to close. I mentioned also a study that, what would Jesus do, for example? He did this with kids, Angela Duckworth and Rachel Carlson at the University of Minnesota. They brought kids in, and in one condition, they just had them do a task that required self-control as they normally would. But in the experimental condition, for the boys, they gave them they gave the children various costumes. They could pick the costume that they wanted to wear the most. It's like a little boy might put on a Batman cape and cowl. And then they were simply asked, as you do this task, we want you to ask the question, what would that character do? So a boy might say, what would Batman do? And they showed that thinking like Batman made them have better self-control. Now, there's many reasons for this, but the reason that they emphasized was that Batman isn't the kid. And so they created distance by emulating somebody else. Research has suggested that the simulation of someone else's mind, in order to simulate someone else's mind, we actually activate the neural circuitry necessary to have that mind. So if I ask myself, what would Batman do? I literally have to think like Batman. I reactivate the kinds of thinking that I think Batman would have. In other words, literally turning my cognitive system into somebody else. So, you know, when you are tired and drunk and mad and everything else, one way, if you can't think about your whys and you're having trouble finding distance from the object in front of you, it's not about not being emotional. It's really just finding some psychological space. And one way to do that potentially is to take on someone else's perspective, someone that you really admire.
Incredible. I don't know if the following experiment exists, but maybe pieces of it exist in different experiments. I'm interested in the value of words spoken to self in one's mind, words spoken to self out loud, but with no one around, writing things down, words spoken to other people, pictures, etc., as either weaker or stronger motivators for the obvious reasons. And I think all of us are familiar, at least, you know, in the 2000s, you would go into an office or a school and there'd be these pictures. It would be like, you know, inspiration when, you know, the moment meets the opportunity, and then it'd be like a sunrise or something like. And I'm not trying to make light of those. Better those than like a bunch of other things. And they're very innocuous too, like in this day and age where no single historical figure seems to be immune from criticism. These have become the safe concepts. And I was sort of half chuckling, but like, what is the value of telling oneself like, Andrew, you got this, or telling someone else like, I'm going to do this. I don't know, maybe using AI to create a picture of yourself in the future doing something or having done something. Surely these experiments have been done. I know some of them your laboratory has done. What is the most potent tool? And I have a feeling you're going to say all of them.
I think they could all have their place, but as I mentioned before, I think different things will have better power over others for certain people. So for example, if you tend to be the kind of person who already has a lot of self-talk going on, and the self-talk means something to you, like they're meaningful voices to you that you listen to, then self-talk presumably would be very effective for you, right? So if you're the kind of person where if there's positive self-talk, you literally feel better. If it's negative self-talk, you feel worse. Then perhaps strategically trying to change that self-talk could potentially have a really powerful effect on you. Some people talk about visualization. So I mentioned, and one thing I forgot to mention with respect to distancing strategy, one distancing strategy is to take a third-person perspective versus a first-person perspective on the thing that you're looking at. This doesn't work for me at all because I'm not a particularly visual thinker. I think in words. So for me, words are more effective than pictures. But if you're a much more pictorial person, and we know that this is a distribution, that some people are more pictorial and some people are more verbal, then perhaps like visualizing yourself engaging in the behavior would be more effective. Let me add one more thing. There is research that suggests that when you communicate something to somebody and then they respond in a way that makes it seem like you are on the same wavelength, that creates an experience known as shared reality. People put a special premium in truth value to those interchanges than when you don't have that. So let me just give you an example. On a lot of college campuses today, you will see banners that say, "You belong," and they're trying to promote inclusion and make everyone feel at home on the college campus. And my own intuition about this is I'm not so sure how effective those are. I think they're a lot like the motivational posters that we're talking about that used to be in the offices. However, if someone says, "Hey, you know what? I think you really belong. I think I'm really happy that you're here." It seems it's a very similar message. Maybe it might even use the same words. If it's conveyed in a way that makes you feel like they understand you and that you guys are on the same wave, like that actually has a very powerful effect. And there's some ongoing research in my lab that actually, even though it's the same words, there's something about that exchange of like, we see the world in the same way that convinces me that what you're saying is true. And so therefore it has a much bigger impact on me. So I bring this all back to self-control by saying, well, if, so you talked about, is self-talk more effective than other talking? I suspect other talking would be much more effective if you were able to create this kind of reality, right? Where if you had this conversation and you said, "I'm going to do this," and then the other person says, "I know you're going to do this," right? I bet that has a lot more power than you saying to somebody else, "I'm going to do this," and they're like, good luck, right? So there are, because humans are social species, there is a special power when we can create a sense of oneness with others that makes our thoughts become real. So if by saying it, if by writing it, my thoughts are becoming real and have more power over, those are much more likely to have an effect. Again, this is all pure speculation, but I think it fits what we know about psychology.
That's incredible. I'm remembering a recent conversation where, just kind of playing with the idea with someone, like it's the old, riddle, if a tree falls in the woods, and no one's there to witness it, did it make a sound? It's sort of like if we have a thought or an experience and no one was there to hear it or witness it. Did it really happen? And we know it happened, right? We can be alone and we can have a thought, but there does seem to be a sort of loop that closes and gets enhanced. And I'm not trying to be mystical here when something that we say or do is witnessed and registered. This can go in multiple directions. I'm reminded of a just very brief story. I have a good friend. His name is Ken Rideout. He's one of these incredible parents and his husband to his wife, and he comes from a really hard Scrabble background, and he's this incredible endurance runner. And in his 50s, he's like crushing races. And he was doing a race in like the I think it was like it was like the Gobi Desert, I think is what it was. And he's super competitive with himself and everyone else. But he was hurting one day, and I think he ran up next to the guy who was leading the race, took out his earbud and turned to him, and he said, in kind of psychological warfare manner, he said, I don't know what it is about me. I just don't get tired. And he said he registered the fear on the other guy's face, and he just crushed him that day. And he won, of course, in Ken Rideout, typical fashion. He's an amazing guy. He has a book out. It's like really, it's super worth reading because of his trajectory, like David Goggins or these other guys. And the fact he wrote a book is interesting, right? It's not just, there's something about externalizing these thoughts. I am sure somewhere in his mind, he didn't necessarily believe what he was saying. Everybody gets tired, right? Even Ken Rideout gets tired. But there's something about externalizing it, seeing that validated, that makes it more true to ourselves. And that's a kind of a competitive example, but there are also beautiful examples of that. Like you said, where someone's like, I believe in you, like you can do this. And it completely changes our notion of what's possible. I certainly experienced that in a non-competitive arena. So something there, I guess that's a note to the person or people hearing somebody's goal or wish to like tune in, because those are potent moments, or potentially potent moments.
I'm always struck that, the impact that we have on our students, especially our graduate students and stuff. They're not the things I think they're going to be. They always remember these side conversations where, you acknowledge some small thing that was going on in their life. But again, for them, it was that sort of moment of like, and bringing to reality some of the thoughts that they were having, and hearing me say them or hearing me verified some of these thoughts had an incredibly uplifting event. As you say, it can also have an incredibly crushing event. So if I'm having insecurities and I'm sort of harping on those, acknowledging that those insecurities might have a truth to them, they could be incredibly damaging. But I'm always amazed by how inspiring it can be. Someone that you really respect, they know you have this goal, and then they say like, I know you have this goal, and I think you can do it. Like it brings, that's what I'm talking about, the shared reality, the social validation of this belief makes it more real and thus has more power. We know that writing thoughts down can be a very powerful thing as well for emotion regulation and motivation. I think part of that is just the actual sharing part, is the fact that now that I've written it down, I'm now looking at it as if it was not me. Right. So now it's not me, it's words on the page. And that brings another level of power that I didn't have when they're displayed. So I think all of these strategies that you're talking about, self-talk, writing, talking to other people, I think they can all be powerful in the right way for the right person. But they may also exist on a continuum of potential potency, both good and bad.
What I'm about to ask sort of gets into the realm of like performance, but I could imagine it being used for any number of things. Music, in particular, the music that we listen to at a particular stage of life, is able to embody a lot without us having to like script out complete sentences. It's sort of a time-space travel of its own, right? There's certain songs, I'm sure for you too, I hear them and I teleport back, Is it possible to build these anchors, like have a song or something that you associate with a time of like working through struggle, that the process is captured in that, and then you can reapply it? Like, do those tools really work? Because there was this phase from about like 1998 to about 2015 when like TED Talks and books were chock-a-block full of this stuff. It's not clear to me that they work or that they don't work, but music's a powerful anchor. So has anything been explored around this?
Not that I'm aware of. The best work that I can link to this is work that I know that's done on nostalgia. And nostalgia traditionally is portrayed in most media as something really negative, like a negative, bittersweet state. But Their research in psychology suggests that nostalgia actually has a very functional process. It serves a lot of different motivations. So, for example, one of the things that it does is it helps make me feel connected. So a lot of times I might feel like I don't really know myself. I don't know who I am. Nostalgia is a way of, as you use the word anchor. It allows you to time travel and anchor, and then more importantly, see a sense of self-continuity, that I can see how I was there then, and I can see how I am now, and I feel a sense of connection, a sense of oneness, and that can have a lot of positive benefits to the extent that that's what you're looking for. So, to the extent that music makes you nostalgic, and I think a lot of the music that we love most has an element of nostalgia to it, I do think it serves a very important distance traveling function, time traveling function. And you use the word anchor, which I really like too. It reminds us who we are, where we've been, and who we've become. And we know for humans that's that narrative, that sense of continuity is also very important for existential reasons, that I belong here for a reason, that there's a purpose. And so motivationally, those can be very effective. Now, I don't know if it reinstates the motivations that you had during the time, but I think it at least allows you to connect to the time where you had those motivations. They may have changed, they may be stronger, they may be weaker, but that sense of connection, I think, is really important for understanding what your motivations are in the first place, right? How they've evolved over time and what they are now like. To the extent that they're the same, it might be able to reactivate, but to the extent that they're different, it actually might cause deactivation, but not in a bad way, but in sort of a good way, in reminding you, okay, now what motivates you? Now it's changed. What do you care about now?
I'd like to just briefly return to the concepts of intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation. As I recall, there was this famous set of experiments also done at Stanford where they had kids draw, where kids drew intrinsically like drawing. They just observed which kids drew. Then they started rewarding those kids for drawing. And then they observed, at least as I recall, the outcomes being they observed that some of these kids drew less or gave up drawing because the conclusion that was that these kids now were doing it for the rewards as opposed to the activity itself. Did those results hold up over time?
Generally speaking, the results have held up over time, although, there are some situations in which they appear at odds with current practices and intuitions that we might have. And the best example I can think of is being paid for your job, right? So being paid for your job is something that you is an extrinsic reward for something that you may or may not be intrinsically interested in. And so the big question is, if you love your job and then I pay you to do the job that you love, does the love that you have for that job go down? Now, I don't think this is that perplexing if you understand what was actually going on in those Stanford studies. So they were children. So again, the children were intrinsically enjoyed playing with markers. And then all of a sudden, in one condition, they would say, okay, now I want you to play with these markers. And if you play with these markers, I will give you a reward. A second condition, they said, surprise, you just play with the markers, but we're going to also give you a reward. And then the third condition, there was no reward, right? And where you saw intrinsic motivation go down is when the child knew before they got to play with the markers the second time that they were going to get the reward. So they knew they were playing with the markers to get the reward. It's unclear to me whether that same confusion would happen with adults. So if I know I love this job, and now you're paying me a lot of money to do this job that I love, is it possible that I will get confused and start to think, oh, I'm actually doing it because I'm getting paid? Yes, and I think we can think of people who have had that experience. But you can also imagine that as adults, I know what I love. And I'm not even paying attention to how much money I'm being paid, even though I'm being paid. What matters here is the confusion. Why am I doing what I'm doing? And you could imagine with adults, if I'm really clear why I'm doing what I'm doing, that confusion might be less likely to happen than if I'm not as clear about what I really, really love. Now, I will say what I just said is very controversial, and I'm sure the psychologists who are listening to this are going to be all up in arms about how that can't be true. I think there are multiple theories about how intrinsic motivation works, and I'm drawing for those expert listeners from the attributional approach. And what matters here is the conclusions one draws from one's actions. Why am I doing this? Depending on how I answer that, will dictate how my motivation flows. If I'm doing it because I'm trying to get the extrinsic rewards, then it becomes extrinsically motivated and my motivation drops. But you can imagine, again, with adults, those who really know that they love the thing and they're really certain they love the thing, they may be a little bit more resistant to that.
Interesting. And as adults, we can also connect dots and expand our whys. Say, well, I love doing this thing, get paid for doing it, and those resources can help me provide for others who I also love. So it's sort of exponential. I remember.
Oh, damn.
No.
就是可以笑。
中国你看有一个呢，他自己家的建的房子，建筑这么大，
这么大，自己建，
他情人建，他是医生，做那个开刀的医生，然后然后他自己开了19家医院，他做一个company，然后赚了很多钱啊，建了非常大。
家里面用起点
就建得很古老那种房子
啊。
他家里的建的，你看他走进去，他家里像一条街一样。
太震撼了，这是几进几出啊？那你这个房子当时这么大的土地，就是有正规的手续了吗？
你喜欢这种房子？
那不是这个房子总共花了2套钱，觉得值得不？这里有个8年这样草架大院，那你不行草架，跟山西那个草架大院比的话，这个是12生肖，您属什么的呀？我属虎的，看着很精神啊。您是做什么职业？在衡阳南华大学吗？你的第一份工作在哪里？
跟一条街一样啊，很有钱。
你问了你自己，你心里是有答案的。如果3样一样，慢慢的到，慢慢的到。中国的意思，伊朗总算搞明白了，走出了5个月以来最精妙的一步棋。伊朗现任最高领袖穆杰塔巴比他爹老哈梅内多。
How is this? Wildlife sanctuary. The hell?那格里很胖，很胖，很胖。哇，这个游戏有点。啊，死了 ，drowned, defeat。Police one point。
只记一个东西啊。
啊。
Okay. Okay.
你提价那个把菜那个吃掉，这个吃掉。
What the hell are these, man? Lovebird. It's kind of cute.
Huge dragon egg. Not enough stamina. There we go. Wow. Oh my god.
最近有没有看书？
没有，很少。
看书了。
嗯，
这是不是你的？我看不到。
我不知道
你走过来。
放在哪边。
你下来吧。这再拿去，是不是你的？这是别人的。这个你走过来的。应该是你的，我看不到。
为什么看不到？你戴眼镜。是你。
这是走路的地方。
啊，我包肉怎么带出来啦？
卫生不是你不牙草，一直过来吵那个话过来。儿子，我身上有没有爸爸那么臭？
没有。
他为什么那么臭？
没有啊。
没有。你不能一直打，知道吗？打这个他会上瘾，知道吗？他停不了，知道吗？那有的时候一两次打，他不会上瘾。表哥都不会打这个，打了他会上瘾，跟赌博那样子。赌博你听得懂吗？去那个用钱去赌，知道那叫赌博。
这不是赌博，根本都没得，只是用时间。
那你为什么最近一直打？就是上瘾了，觉得停不了，知道？
哪里是停不了？
不能这样子，你知道吗？你看我有没有打？我最讨厌这些，所以我不会去打，知道？你小时候被爸爸打，你都不知道，打了后来都没打。而且你连吃饭都要我帮你抓到那边。 要停下来，把那个海带汤吃掉，吃掉碗端过来。什么时候谁教你开始打这个？我这个包包背在身上干什么？你知道吗？
干嘛？
干什么？
干嘛？
上班去。
嗯。
我啲豬卡幾耐你話啫？喂，豬卡你話啫？你家手話都切嘅邊啊？
不要切。
古咧黑壞咗，古咧就打你哈，啊，多咧，古咧女美哈。书多看一点，技术要多，这没技术，知道吗？你为什么不定去开车了？
有啊。
定什么时候？
下个星期。
下个星期几？
我不知道，星期六。
是你放别的。我跟你说，我是直接开，你再叫我从邮电局那边再转出来啊？那你开什么车？我转那边转，因为 我的字面错字面，它怎么有一个发布？
那就先吃饭吧，吃完了那干完了这样。
为什么一直叫？不是说你，我说那个。
这样正常的，做父母就这样，你以后当爸爸妈妈，你也知道。
或者是叫没有短云现象也是叫。
也就是它的经济已经进入另外一个阶段。加强它的基础建设，它要提升它的工业环境，它才能够再做进一步的成长。所以，其实你进入中高收入的时候开始，反而国家投资更多的资源在经济建设上面，你的经济才能够进入下一个阶段的爆发成长。可是，在这个时候，菲律宾正要发展的时候，他却听了美国的话，他选择的是大量加强军备，他现在开始把很多资源投注在军备上面，这个完全不符合菲律宾发展的目标。所以我讲一句实在话，你现在菲律宾在军事力量上跟中国大陆的差距，他就算把他所有的 GDP 全部拿去发展军备也没有用，那个差距还是非常非常远。那所以在这样做的意义到底是什么？对现阶段的菲律宾而言，它的人口还在成长当中，那它的人民也需要转换新的行业，那需要经济上更进一步发展。所以理论上来讲，这个如果我们政府官员里面有人
这一个永兴岛，也就是西沙群岛、中沙群岛的这一个黄岩岛以及楚碧永署这边，看是不是都走这边？那另外，如果说天然气船的话，那也是如此啊，它也是走这边，意思也就是我们现在看到霍比斯海峡，菲律宾有机会了，他就对不起，那个伊朗有机会了，他就说，我要收过路费啊。那现在这个菲律宾，当然他现在没这个底气啊，那也就是我们看到为什么这个美国啊，或者是澳大利亚，通通都要手把手快把它拉大，赶快让它长大之后呢，它是不会收过路费，但是它会伺机的管制它，这个就是中国大陆。
该领我念这个。
而且更不要讲说九段线本身就是中国的地中海啊，由你菲律宾讲，
都是我回到中盖的。我没搞的可以的。我回到中国哈的什么？
简单来讲就是气球。那这个气球呢？那它下面还有一个跟日本合作的这一个所谓的暗季雷达。我们讲现在做雷达的时候，那这个部分呢，这个是
有牙齿有么就话俾你多啲，而你冇辦法正話，這個要個弧度就你多啲講咧，而你冇辦法講嗰種話。
這按照做的規定，這是可以話。
這是可以搞得到，你那個就話俾你多。
對啊，為了你這話你就沉默的牛的，媽摸到就恰拍一塊那個。
你有說別沒有錯咩啊？因為一夾我一吐沫夾電腦係咪？一吐個夾嘅，比如講這個弧度哈，到這樣，然後你這樣去倒，你聽到吧？你這樣去倒哈。你講一下喏，看看爬，睇下豬魚，佢想抓腦。
想要抓住南海的主权，是，所以習慣了。
爸爸帮你选专业就是选错了。如果有一个技能就不会这样子。我以前就说要做医生，走吧走。做什么经济？读什么经济？我的同学，女孩子读经济，她们都在上海上班。在菲律宾这样觉得开心吗？再来菲律宾现在，明明都是在说黄岩岛他们呢认为他们应该画好这个领海。这是难，巴基都冇讲我巴基剧。
哎，一直这样，不要这样。
连坐在那边都是弯的，为什么不会直起来？这个面包扔掉啊，硬硬的啊！这不能吃了，扔掉啊！来，这一块扔掉啊！我开慢，早点去，你知道吗？
来得及，这样子。9月末的。
9月多那有看的呀
？No，
我都卫生纸赶紧咬点，没咬的那都被他吃掉了。
什么被他吃掉？
他不知道你有吃没吃，他不会管你，你知道。
哎呀，我自己可以咬啊，自己可以煮啊。
肚子痛了，他等一下搞溜溜的又想上厕所。上厕所他们会一直敲门。
谁啊？
没洗厕所的。他们上完厕所，他们也会投诉，你知道吗？他们也会投诉说很脏，但是要不令人进去洗。
我这走啊，这走啊，我那地不多溜。
Yeah.
Damn. You're back. Magnolia is back.
你在学跳舞？你在学跳舞？
King Alpaca. 洗澡，你去洗澡。
Hello. Hello. Hello, hello. I'm playing a game. The freaking game. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, I'm ever trying. It's called Palworld. I don't know if you ever tried it. It's kind of like, I don't know if you ever played Pokemon. It's kind of like RuneScape and Pokemon. I would stream on my PC, but they banned my PC. It's actually, I can see why people like this game now. It's, I'm playing on solo. I don't usually like solo games, but it's a lot, it is better than, was it Pokemon Legends ZA? I also think like these games make me kind of antisocial. There's a lot of stuff you can do in the game as well. You never get out. What games do you play? I think these games make me antisocial. I did try a multiplayer one, but multiplayer is fine. Oh, this is level 19. Multiplayer is fine, but like they will erase my data after a month. That's why I did. Otherwise, I would play multiplayer. You love gaming. Actually, my mom doesn't like the fact that I game. But my parents don't. My parents are not gamers. Some people's parents are gamers. It's mainly just entertainment, right? It's interaction with entertainment. It's just another form of entertainment, but I can see why this Palworld. I had to pay. So a lot of games I play is I don't have to pay. It's a free game, but this game is actually it's not too bad. Not gaming like reading a book, but you get to do it. Well, this game doesn't actually have much of a storyline from what I can see, but Oblivion? What's Oblivion? Oh, I think I've heard the name of the game. I've not played it before though. What's up, Hugo? Hugo, I think you're right. This game is fairly addictive. I think I've gotten more into it now. Playing on solo. It's actually better than Legend Arceus. It's better than ZA and Arceus, actually. The addiction is settled in. It's better because I played Arceus, right? It's very similar. I'd say it's 50% similar to Arceus. But they've added more features that Arceus didn't have. Like the fact that you can attack when riding the PAL. You can attack when you're riding the PAL. And you can slash them too, whereas in Pokemon, the trainer can't really attack. In this game, you can slash the animal. You can also butcher them too, which is like quite gory. It's different. Oh yeah, I'm on very low health now. Damn. Well, I had to eliminate them because I couldn't catch it. You can cook them too, so you can butcher them. You can butcher them, cook them. And also in this game, compared to normal Pokemon, I don't know if you ever tried it, you have to constantly feed yourself and the pals. So it's like RuneScape in the sense that you have to feed yourself. I paid for it though. I paid 20 quid for it. It actually is better than Pokemon. I like Pokemon, but I think the old Pokemon games were actually better than this. I think Pokemon, I see why people are complaining. People are saying this is what Pokemon should have been, and I think there is some truth. Like, Pokemon can literally do this, but I don't think Pokemon would let you shoot the Pokemon with guns and knives. They could do that if they wanted the 13 plus game. But I actually think it does make it more interesting. And it actually doesn't matter to me that I don't know the pals. Like, it's very similar to Pokemon. It's essentially Pokemon with different sprites. But it's not really like Pokemon as well. It's got like other dynamics of other games, like crafting. I didn't like it at first, but I think I've gotten more into it now. I'm streaming on my YouTube though. You can't really see it here. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? I can show him my phone, but he just won't be able to see my face, which is fine. Show him my phone, hang on. Because I do wanna be able to actually stream the game, man. Fuck. You can't really see it that well. No, it's too dark, right? Where is it? And there's no real storyline to it that I know of. You can see why the game is popular. Big map, yeah. So you can't really see a lot. So basically you have a base, and like, at the base you farm a lot of random stuff. So like, I feel like 50% of the time is just here, sitting here farming stuff. Where the fuck? I need a pal to go do stuff. Let me finish one of them. It doesn't really matter that they're not Pokemon. They are doing something that Pokemon doesn't do though. I wanted to work on the nails, so I picked them up. And a lot of time you just spend crafting items, which is like in a lot of games is like this. So that's like the meat that I got from the drops. I got an egg, so I can incubate an egg. You could try it. It's not so addictive that I don't have to play it. It's a different kind of like, it's like an exploration game, and I'm only playing it solo. What is it? The only thing is I have to build a lot of inventory things. So, arrow key, I don't need a key. Ancient civilization parts. Can it be repetitive? Apparently people say it is. I'm only level 23, so I only played it. I played it. Do you know how many hours now? Probably at least 5 hours a day. So far it's not. I thought what's it called? Legend ZA is more repetitive than this. Ingot, Dogcoin. I only played it since yesterday. I didn't like it at first, but I think I got into it. Lever. And then you can also ride on the pals too. So I got this bird. It's like Pokemon in the sense that you can ride it, but you can in Pokemon you can't launch attacks when riding though, so you can literally launch. It's quite slow, this bird. Let me go down. And at night time they sleep, so you can barely see. But you can launch attacks whilst riding out. Oh, air cannon. Also, they attack for your powers attack for you too. You can change to different items. It's cooler in Pokemon in that sense. In Pokemon, they only allow you to walk around. Even in Digimon, you can't really do that. You can walk around, but you can't attack whilst on the thing. So you can actually attack them whilst you're on them, which I feel like Pokemon should have. Also, they make you mine a lot of resources, but that's also in Pokemon too. So you're sitting, most of the time you're sitting here farming resources. Yeah, it says, I have an unused stat point. I increase my stamina. Apparently you meant to increase stamina and weight early game. So
So you're just saying here, farming, but it's quite a chill game in the sense that, unlike Fortnite or whatever, it's not really a reaction-based game so far. And I have too many items, so I go back to my base. I put my base near a farming area. But during nighttime, they don't work. Meaning the pals, they don't do anything. They're just sleeping. They're all sleeping in the beds. So... they become your work slaves. Okay. I'll see you later. I'll put it back. I was streaming on what's it called? I'm streaming on YouTube. In good condition. Seems to be a good worker. Not defeated. Ancient civilization parts. Research lab, what do we need to make? How expedition? What? Bum 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 bum. I think I need to come off it. I've been on it since this morning. It is quite addictive. It is pretty damn addictive. And entertaining of a woman though, innit? What do you mean? What do you mean? It's annoying because I have to build a fucking chest like 6 times. Seems a little bit too hot. Bum 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 bum. They're super slow. This damn bird, man. It's slower than fucking. Oh my god. Not enough stamina. Scopoda swallow. What does it sound like? Oh, we're seeing the dinosaur shit now. Oh, we have guns in this game now. Let me show us what you're watching. I'm not watching anything, I'm playing a game. Oh, we got a giant butterfly. This game is so much like Legends Arceus. We got butterflies that look like Butterfree. Oh my god. It's not as repetitive as Legends not Legends Arceus, Legends EA. I would say. Got a dinosaur here that looks like Meganium. What's this for you? Spotted. Oh damn. Damn, freaking out, man. It hits super hard. That's not even a boss. What the fuck? Oh my god. It's not even a boss. I guess I need better armor. The fuck, man? unlock fast travel. Our team is hungry. The team is hungry. Exploration XP. Oh. Success. Apply planting handbook. I'm 29. Scale Claw. There we go. Oh. Level up. You should walk now. You should walk now. Makeshift gun. This place has a lot of ores though. Maybe we should set up another base here. Wood, stone. Power management. Pick another damn base, man. Stronghold strategist. Can't see shit either. Chris scratchy. Yeah. You're right, Hugo. Fast travel. Let's see. I mean, it wasn't scratching that hard anyway. Okay, so I need what's called the diggy whatever thing. This game is a farm for resources game. Let's see. What the fuck? They are aggressive. Oh, level 33, these people are. What the hell? I died? Damn. Wow, it's just a level 31. The hell? We got beat, man. Oh, we found them. This turtle is thing. Pale team is hungry. Holy shit. What the fuck, man? Died again. Yeah, my character is too low for that region. Dropped items in inventory. Oh my god. Oh my days. The unprecedented levels. It is quite... It's not as addictive as Pokemon Go, but it's a different kind of addiction. Where the hell? Excuses. Just excuses. If you have a kid. No, I don't think I can do this if I have a kid. No, I don't think so. I wonder how, I wonder why. Whole team is starving. I wonder how, I wonder why. Flame organ. Assault rifle ammo. Oh. There's a new. Shit, man. He just attack us from there. The fuck? Oh shit. What the fuck? Violent. His powers are violent. Okay. 5 hours? I might come off it then. It's just the same shit. It's just the same shit over and over again. Actually, no, probably over 5 hours. Let me check my YouTube. Probably like, I think I can come off it now. 8 hours ago. 8 hours. 8 hours. It's gotta be 8 hours because it says it's from 8 hours ago. I go gym anyway, right? It's not really a chore for me. It has to be like something that I don't want to do. It can be considered a chore. Yeah, that's more like chore. Thou shalt not harm pals. What is kill switch? I might uninstall the game. I might uninstall.